I'm going to handle these other matters. Okay. So it's the state's motion, defense response is, and so I'm assuming the state is going to call a witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mike, just a moment. Judge, good morning.
Good morning.
Before we start, just something I'd like to bring to the court's attention. I don't know if the state has a position on it or not. I haven't spoken with him about it. But it appears that there's been 2 additional cameras that have been added to this courtroom.
Okay.
One is to your right, up.
Okay.
And then there's one that's directly in front of you, and it's pointed at the defense table.
Okay.
So I'm sure the court is familiar, and I have a copy of it if you want it, the administrative order. Administrative Order 202174 General, which is the administrative order governing the media and as well as the Florida Rules of Judicial Administration 2.450. So the court has the discretion to make a decision about how many cameras are allowed into a courtroom, and the court must balance the constitutional rights of free press with the constitutional rights of a fair trial. And that comes right from the administrative order. So F of that administrative order says that standards governing media coverage of judicial proceedings must contain safeguards to ensure media coverage will not detract or degrade court proceedings, impair or interrupt the orderly procedures of the court, and otherwise interfere with a fair trial.
Why don't you just tell me what it is that you're objecting to exactly? Because the chief judge approved the camera placement, so if you tell me exactly what the issue is, maybe I can help.
Okay, the camera that's in front of you, Judge,
Okay.
that's on the bench, and the camera to the left, to your right,
Okay.
the defense is objecting to, the camera in front of you is within 12 feet of the defense table. Our concern is that it will interfere with our ability to communicate with each other, co-counsel having the ability to communicate with each other without constantly covering their face and making sure that their words aren't being interpreted. And also it interferes with our ability to consult with our client. And per the administrative order, there isn't supposed to be any cameras in the well, and we now have 3. And I understand that the
3?
chief judge...
Where's the third one?
There's one right up there.
Okay.
And that's been there the entire time. My concern is those 2 cameras, and in order to protect the attorney-client privilege, effective right to counsel, and the due process of all the litigants, I'm asking that those cameras be removed.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do for now. Who's in charge of the cameras? Is there somebody here that's in charge of the cameras? Somebody from the media?
No, they're not here yet, Judge, because the cameras are not even working.
They're not working.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
off.
so what I was going to ask them to do is just turn them off for today, and then when I can talk to somebody from the media to see exactly why they need these and how far they can zoom and so on and so forth. But Ian says they're not on yet. They're not working.
Okay.
That's correct. They're not working yet. They
Okay.
plan to turn them on the 18th.
Okay, so we have time to resolve
Yes.
that. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, is there anything else before we start? Okay, State, go ahead and call your first witness.
Dr. Michael Brannon.
Good morning. Do you
Good morning.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name for the record.
Michael Brannon, B-R-A-N-N-O-N.
State, you may inquire.
Dr. Brannon, how are you employed?
I'm a psychologist. I'm licensed in the state of Florida since 1990.
And what is your educational background for such a position?
I received a bachelor's degree in psychology from Nova College in 1978. I received my master's degree in psychology in 1980, also from Nova University. And in 1988, I finished my degree requirements for my doctoral degree in psychology. In 1990, I was licensed as a psychologist. I spent a year of internship in 1987 working with severely mentally ill individuals at Northwest Dade Community Mental Health Center. Post that, I served a year residency in a private clinical practice looking at disorders, diagnoses within families, all the way children to adults. and then passed my licensing exam in 1990.
And what is your present employment?
So I'm currently in private practice and have been for over 2 decades with Dr. Sherry Berg-Carter, who is my partner in a forensic practice called the Institute for Behavioral Sciences and the Law. We primarily conduct forensic evaluations.
And how much of your time is spent doing forensic examinations?
So probably between 80 and 85% of my work is forensic evaluations. My practice is almost exclusively evaluation-based. Some of those are not forensic or legally related, but certainly between 80 or 85% at any point in time. Some of my time is spent teaching, lecturing, doing things like that, so those wouldn't be directly forensically related. So at any point in time, I'd say between 80 and 85%.
Tell us about your teaching and lecturing experience, please.
So I've taught from introductory psychology courses on the community college level, all the ways to teaching psychology at the bachelor's level. I've also taught forensic psychology at the graduate level, at the doctoral level, and specific topics in regards to psychology and forensic psychology and the application of the science of psychology to various questions of the law. In terms of my lecturing, most of my lecturing has been to legal groups, such as defense attorneys, prosecutors, and on 6 different occasions at the Judges Conference on various forensic issues that have come up throughout the course of my career.
Are you licensed to practice psychology in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir, I am. I've been licensed since 1990. For a couple of years, I was also licensed in North Carolina, but primarily I've worked in this area of Florida.
Do you belong to any professional associations?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are they?
So I belong to the American Psychological Association, and as a result, I'm also a member of Florida Psychological Association. I'm also a member of the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children. I'm a member of the Association for the Treatment and Prevention of Sexual Abuse and Sexual Offending, and I also am on the Board of Directors for Broward Crime Commission.
How many times have you testified in a court of law as an expert in the field of forensic psychology?
So I've testified at last count close to 2,000 times.
In what courts?
So mostly courts within Florida, but I've also lectured in other areas. I've also testified in other areas. As I said, I've been in North Carolina, testified there. I've also testified in Georgia and Massachusetts.
And do you have any experience with substance abuse programs?
Yes, sir, I do.
What kind of experience do you have with that?
Well, before I was licensed as a psychologist, I ran a substance abuse program. I was the clinical director of a program called The Starting Place for 10 years. I even went back there and worked part-time, after I completed my doctoral degree. But I ran the program in terms of all the ways from juvenile. There was 2 residential programs at any point in time. We had close to 100 adolescents in residence. There was also an adult outpatient program. So during that course of time, I did all the ways from intake evaluations on individuals with drug and alcohol problems, many of them from abuse, families of abuse and neglect, where custody had been lost to the parents and they were placed into the program under the custody of the program. And then when I left there, I was the clinical director of all services within the Starting Place program.
In reference to this particular case, State of Florida versus Nicholas Cruz, regarding the murders at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School.
Yes, sir.
Were you retained by the State of Florida?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what have you, in general, reviewed in, we'll get into more specifics in a moment, but in general, what have you reviewed in this case?
So I reviewed an extensive amount of information regarding the defendant in this case. Those were the arrest itself and all of the legal documents connected to this particular arrest, including the interview by Detective Curcio, the specific video of the interview of the defendant in this case. I reviewed school records of the defendant in this case. I also reviewed psychological records, psychiatric mental health records from places like Henderson and Camelot. Also reviewed specific psychiatric records of psychiatrists who have treated the defendant in this case since early on in his childhood. I reviewed the evaluative work of state doctors in this case who did direct interviews, Dr. Denny and Dr. Scott, that were videotaped. So I had a chance to review that. It was over 30 hours of direct interviews of the defendant in this case. Also had a chance to review depositions of experts, both defense as well as state experts, the opinions that those experts gave. I had a chance to review social media by the defendant in this case, from both Instagram and YouTube and Google searches. Had a chance to view the actual incident of the school shooting itself by video. Had a chance, too, to review body cam videos and other videos that were done immediately after the offense behavior, the school shooting, and all the ways up to and including the arrest of the defendant in this case. Had a chance to review 2 depositions of people related to this case, individuals who either knew family members or who knew the defendant in this case. Psychological testing conducted by experts in this case, both from the defense and from the state standpoint. There are medical records which I reviewed as well, both from immediately after this incident, but also prior to this school shooting. So that's just a window into a voluminous amount of information, more than I've ever reviewed in any other case that I had accessible to me.
You mentioned his post-arrest statement to Detective Curcio, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you saw the videotape of that?
I did, yes, sir, several times.
In terms of chronologically, did you view anything, any videotapes that would have occurred chronologically before his statement to Detective Curcio?
So yes, sir, I had a chance to view the entire school shooting incident, the defendant's leaving the building afterwards, his presence at a restaurant and in other areas after the incident had occurred, his arrest, and then his stay at the hospital as well. So when they took him to the hospital right afterwards, his behavior there at the hospital, and then with Detective Curcio for his interview with him.
Was there a camera on him from shortly after his arrest until he gets to Detective Curcio?
Yes, sir, including the time of his arrest. So literally from the time the incident began at the school all the ways through the time he speaks to Detective Curcio, at various points in time there was camera footage of his behavior and his statements.
Did you also review photographs and police reports?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you speak to the defendant yourself?
I did not, no, sir.
Why not?
There was a court order only allowing 2 of the state experts to go in, so I was not one of those experts. So 2 of the experts went in, and I was able to view the videotapes of their entire interviews, one Dr. Scott over 3 days, and Dr. Denny over the course of what looks about 2 days.
And approximately how many hours of interviews and testing did you observe on those videotapes?
Over 30 hours of direct interviews and testing, interchanges between them, so over 30 direct hours of interaction with him.
How does not speaking to the defendant yourself affect your ability to diagnose the defendant and give conclusions?
Well, of course, you'd always prefer to speak to somebody, but in the absence of it, if you have significant amounts of information to be able to base an opinion on, you can certainly do that. It's even spoken about in the ethical standards for psychologists in regards to what we need to do, and it doesn't set any precedent making diagnoses when you haven't spoken to somebody. That happens somewhat frequently in terms of unavailability of a defendant to speak to or their unwillingness to be spoken to. So you can certainly do it if you have sufficient information to do it. In this particular case, I had more information than I've ever had in a case before. So not only about his behavior before and what kinds of things have happened to him before, his actions in school and people's commentary about that, his access to treatment, people's comments about him as a result of that treatment. I had more to go on here than I've had in any other case. Again, my preference certainly would be to interview somebody, but I had other people's interviews in my profession asking similar questions to what I'd be asking.
How about the testing? Would be similar tests that you would have given?
They'd be the exact same test, at least in terms of what the state doctors gave, absolutely, and some of the tests given by the defense doctors as well. Yes, sir. So those results would be important in terms of being able to diagnose and give opinions about the defendant in this case.
Have you ever given an opinion in a case when you have not personally interviewed the subject?
Yes, sir, I have numerous times.
Okay, at this time I want to show you, it's been previously shown to defense counsel, State's Exhibits A, B, and C, and ask you if you recognize the photographs.
Yes, I do.
And starting with State's Exhibit A, what is that?
So that's the weapon, the assault rifle that was that used at the time of the incident, the shooting at the school.
All right, and is there anything that you could see prominently on the magazine?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
There's a swastika that looks, it's been etched or scratched into the actual weapon.
All right, now State's Exhibit, and did you review all of these pictures in the course of your work of reviewing photographs involved in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State's Exhibit B for identification. This image, it looks like a piece of leather or a boot, and with a piece of measuring tape, it looks like, on it. And is there anything depicted on the boot?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
There's a swastika that's been either etched or carved into the actual grain of the boot.
Okay, and State's Exhibit C for identification, do you recognize that photograph as evidence in this case?
Yes, sir.
And since there are some curse words on here, if you can not use the word and just describe what the word is by the first letter and how many letters follow it.
So there's...
I don't have a problem with you reading directly. You're not going to offend me if he's just reading it. I mean, certainly wouldn't want him to ad-lib and use foul words, but...
Thank you, Your Honor. There's one word that I think we can just refer to as the N-word and just move on from that.
Okay.
I think everyone understands what the N-word is.
Okay.
And the other word...
So it's a backpack that's being worn, and it says fuck N-word, and there's another word I can't make out there, and then a swastika.
Okay. Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing, we would move A, B, and C for identification into evidence.
Is there any objection?
Not for the purpose of this hearing.
Okay, for purposes of the hearing, A will be received without objection as states 1, B for identification will be received as states 2, and C for identification will be received as states 3.
Dr. Brannon, who is Dr. Heather Holmes?
She's a psychologist, licensed psychologist who practices in the area of forensic psychology, who in this particular case was an expert who was hired by the defense.
And did you have an opportunity to review the depositions of Dr. Heather Holmes?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in reference to your work as a psychologist, is reviewing the deposition of a, in this case, a defense psychologist, is that done in the normal course of your work?
Yes, sir, it is.
And why is that?
It's an important piece of information to know what other people in your profession, whether it be psychologists or psychiatrists, what their opinions are, what they're basing those opinions on. So it's important for you to be able to counterbalance that based upon the data that you're looking at and the eventual opinions that you form.
I'll show you now what's marked as State's Exhibit D for identification. It's already been shown to the defense, and for the record, it's a portion of Dr. Holmes's deposition from March 2nd, 2022.
Yes.
Was that part of the deposition that you have, or did you read her entire deposition?
Her two depositions, yes, sir.
And that is from her deposition?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, for purposes of this hearing, the state would move State's Exhibit D for identification into evidence.
Any objection?
We're objecting to it just because it's not the complete deposition. And we have a copy of the complete deposition.
Mr.
The complete deposition isn't relevant to this hearing, so that's why I didn't do it. I have no objection to them supplementing the record with her entire deposition. It's fine with me, but I just want to read the portions that are relevant to these issues.
States D will be received over objection as states 4, but I will, when it's the defense case, I will allow you to put in the whole deposition. Okay.
Your Honor, if you would like, I would hand to the court a copy of the segments and of the deposition. And Your Honor, in order to get this into the record, if no one objects, Dr. Brandon and I will read this this is a deposition. I'll be the lawyer, and he will be Dr. Holmes.
Okay.
And for the record, we're beginning, it's not on the first page of that document, it's page 134, line 19. It's 3-2.
Okay, I got it.
And next page.
Oh, you're starting at 134, you said?
And we'll be going to page 138, line 17, Your Honor.
You said from 132?
No, from 134, line 19,
Okay.
to 138, line 17.
Okay, Mr. Marcus, before you start, Ms. McElroy, I now see why your motion is relevant before we start the trial, so are you gonna be here?
Yeah, sure, I'll make myself available.
Okay,
Whatever works for you.
we will address it today, probably before lunch. But what I intend to do is allow maybe 1 or 2 members of the press to come up to the clerk on a recess and view the items while they're in the clerk's possession. Okay? Thank you.
May I proceed? Doctor, you see where, page 134, line 19?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, how did the swastika come up?
So I asked him last time that he cut himself, and he says day of the incident. So I didn't know if that was after, he was in jail or detained, or if that was, so he said before. I asked him where. He said at the house. I asked how many. He said probably 5 or 6 times. Then he said it didn't. I asked if he felt better, and he said it didn't work. I asked him if he had been hearing voices on the day of the homicide, and he said the same man. I said, when was the last time? And so this is May of 2019, May 8th, 2019. And he said Sunday. So that would have been in 2019. He pretends my radio is a gun and tells me to pretend it is a gun and to shoot the guard. I said, well, who is this? And he said, swastika. He calls himself Swaz. I said, how did...
Okay, so...
I don't want to hear him. It's not comfortable.
So you didn't bring up swastika? He did?
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't. It's the first time I ever heard of that.
Okay, do you know about the swastika now?
I do know that he is drawn and that he has related to others about, what he considers another personality named Swaz or a voice named Swaz.
So are you saying that Swaz is short for swastika?
That's what he was saying, yes.
Okay, and the voice's name was Swaz. Okay, did he ever say anything about demons?
I'm sorry, say again?
Did he ever say anything about demons?
Yes, he has.
What did he tell you about demons?
I have to go back and look. It's later on. I don't know if it was in the interview. I think it was later on. He's on and off. He mentions Swaz, or he mentions, a demon, or I think on the last time I saw him, which was, again, my error. You didn't receive that until yesterday. But there was something in there. Now I worship the devil. I hate God and Jesus and Christianity. The Antichrist told me So there's a lot of discussion that he drops, particularly when he's angry, about demons or Antichrist or the devil. So yeah, I mean, I've heard it before.
Okay, other than what you just told me, did he mention demons any other time?
He has, and I'd have to look for it. But again, so that we're clear, I don't see him as psychotic.
No, I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
He mentioned it, but I think it's like I hesitate to say this, but it's like a little kid way of explaining negative affect. I'm trying to make sense of something and doing a bad job of it. Let me see. I'd have to dig through it, and there's, like you said, 40 pages, but I know it's in here. So if you want to take the time to highlight it, I can.
No, since we're going to meet again, if you can find it, that's okay. I don't want to.
Let me make a note of it.
Go ahead, make a note. I'm sorry, go ahead. So he tells you the voice. It's one voice. It's a man, and his name is Swaz, short for swastika.
Correct.
Okay, in your notes, he says he pretends my radio is a gun, and he tells me to pretend it's a gun and shoot the guards.
Correct.
And how would you, that's his thought, to pretend his radio, or what was your impression of him telling you that Swaz pretends his radio is a gun and to kill the guards?
I mean, this is, what I took from this, honestly,
Yes.
is this is a fantasy. He's uncomfortable with where he's at. He's uncomfortable with being locked down and being in jail. This is somebody who absolutely, 110%, has no capacity or understanding for how to deal with any negative affect, particularly anger. So he's fantasizing about shooting the guard with a radio. Honestly, he wasn't psychotic, and I took it as kind of nonsense, just like this wish fulfillment or frustration.
Okay, that concludes this exhibit. Showing you now State's Exhibit E for identification, an excerpt from Dr. Heather Holmes' deposition from March 16th, 22, pages 18 through 25. Are you familiar with this?
I am, yes, sir.
And is that an excerpt from Dr. Holmes' deposition that you reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And for this motion, I would offer State's Exhibit E for identification into evidence.
Same objection.
Okay. Over the defense objection, State's Exhibit E for identification will be received as State's 5 with the same caveat.
I'll hand the court an extra copy.
Thank you.
There's two sections in this segment. The first section will be from page 18, line 9, to page 20, line 4. And the second segment will be from page 21, line 2, to page 22, line 13. Okay, beginning on page 18, line 9. This again is a deposition of Dr. Holmes, and I will be the attorney asking questions. Question, okay, he brings up, how did this come up with, and I think you mentioned this before, Swaz was short for swastika, the voice.
Yes.
So how did Swaz come up again?
So if I ask him a question, I'll put a question mark in parentheses. If that's not there, then I haven't asked him or directed him. Just in general, that's so that I'm aware of, and whoever reads the notes is aware of what's been prompted or asked by me and what's been free-flowing thought or conversation by the defendant. So I didn't ask him, he has gone back and forth about hating himself for doing this, and then finding himself to be, in general, throughout his life, a victim by how other people perceive him. The girlfriend theme comes up a lot. So he was kind of free-speaking about that, and he talked about, when he says, the last thing I thought was, you're an absolute idiot, coward, you're so stupid. He was referring to that day.
Okay, I'm referring on the third page of those notes of April 15th. It says here, I've heard voices. What's that say? Maybe 2 years ago?
That's when it started, yes. So I asked him,
Go ahead.
whose voice? And he said, a man's voice. I'm sorry, I was up on page 4 and said, well, can you describe this? And he said, Swaz. He's angry. He wants to take everything out on people in the building, meaning where he's located now. So because he says not inmates, so to clarify, this is about the jail. He hates all the deputies. He wants them all gone. He knows he's the enemy of the government. He even hates the ones that serve in the military. He's referring to the officers. He feels betrayed by everybody. He wants to go out with a bang, wants to get shot in the back of the head and the brainstem.
Did you inquire any further?
No, this is not, like I said, I'm 100%, I'm sorry, back up. No, this is not, like I said, I'm 100% certain he's not psychotic. This is not, this is internalized fantasy, self-talk. This is not a hallucination.
Okay, now we will skip to page 21, line 2. That's you beginning.
Which line? Line 22?
Page 21, line 2.
So I did ask afterwards because, again, I want to know that what he's saying is accurate and is not because some of this stuff is fantasy when he talks about Swaz and these thoughts. So yes, it was verified by defense counsel that there is or was a young man or boy that was in ROTC that was Asian that was one of the victims.
And he also said Swaz pretends he's shooting people in the jail?
Yes.
Did you ask him anything about that?
No. Again, I'm 100% certain, 100% convinced that is his own fantasy. Let me read that again into the record just to. So no, again, I'm 100% convinced that is not his fantasy. That's his own fantasy.
So what did you learn from this meeting that was on April 15th, 2021?
That he remembers the incident. That is, this is not, you have sometimes, even there's no drugs involved, where somebody possibly blacks out and can't remember the details of what they've done. It's very clear he does remember and that he seems to utilize fantasy to cope with emotion. He's angry and frustrating at being in the jail and absolutely believes that there's this entity Swaz, or short for swastika, that wants to or fantasizes about killing officers. He definitely, completely, all over the place, because he talked before about reading, I think, books about something like the Holocaust and how it's awful that we hate. But then he has this voice that's an alter ego that's named Swastika. So he's very all over the place with emotion and certainty, uses fantasy as a coping skill.
That's your opinion, that he's using fantasy?
Yes, I don't believe that he's psychotic. I don't believe that there's an auditory hallucination.
Okay, that would complete this exhibit. Now, Dr. Brannon, you mentioned that you also had the opportunity to review the evaluation done by Dr. Scott on March 1st, March 2nd, and March 3rd of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was all on videotape. Yes, sir.
And it was transcribed as well?
Yes, sir.
And showing you a portion of that evaluation from March 1st, 2022, State's Exhibit F for identification. Do you recognize that as being part of the Dr. Scott's evaluation of the defendant?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your Honor, for the purposes of this hearing, the State would move State's Exhibit F, the March 1st, 2022 portion of the evaluation.
Same objection. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Same objection.
Okay, over the defense objection, State's Exhibit F for identification will be received for purposes of this hearing as State's 6.
Your Honor, here's a copy of that portion for the court. For the purposes of this selection. We're going to begin on page 371, line 5 to 373, line 14. If you can be Dr. Scott, and I will give the defendant's words.
Okay, and any time where someone might have thought you were carving like a swastika on a table or something like that?
My friends told me to do that, and they did it as well, and I did that for attention. And anything that I drew, swastika, or said nasty remarks about race or gender equality or anything like that, was all for attention.
Okay.
And that magazine, I'm sure you know about it, it was like I had a magazine with a swastika on it for my AR. I didn't write that at all.
Where'd that come from?
Jameson Todd asked me if he wanted to draw a swastika on it, and so I said, sure.
Okay, so
I didn't think anything of it.
So he drew the swastika on the magazine?
Yep, we were just chilling out. He said, is it cool if I draw a swastika on your mag? I said, sure.
Okay, and was that magazine used on the day of the offense?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it left there at, like, the scene?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
And then someone told me I had a swastika on my boot. I did do that, but that was for attention.
Okay. When did you put that swastika on the boot?
Probably a month before, half a month before.
Okay. And what kind of attention can you get from having a swastika on you?
Negative or positive. It can be either way, because the swastika was used by Native American as the peace symbol. And then when the Germans, so I guess they took it up themselves and they made it into a symbolic symbol, which was really stupid because it was a Native American peace symbol.
Okay, but when would you put it on your shoe for attention? Which of those two was it most likely to kind of connect to or represent?
Mostly peace.
Okay, all right.
That's it. That would conclude this section from March 1st. We'll now direct your attention, handing the State's Exhibit G for identification, March 2nd, 2022, evaluation between the defendant, Dr. Scott. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
State would offer State's Exhibit G for identification to evidence for this hearing.
Okay, over the defense objection, State's Exhibit G for identification will be received as State's Exhibit 7.
For the record, this is on page, it will begin on page 876, line 15, and go through 877, line 16. And again, if you would represent Dr. Scott, and I'll represent the defendant.
Oh, okay, why were you making sure it was...
Wait, excuse me.
Which line?
Page 876, line 15.
Got it. Okay, so let me kind of catch up to where you're at. So you fish for a couple of hours. Do you eat lunch or anything? Same reason? Okay. And that's when you put on, like, even your boots. Had they been on all day?
They've been on all morning.
All morning?
All through.
And when did you mention something about it having a swastika on your boot?
Yeah, that was for attention.
Yeah? When did you put the swastika on the boot?
Probably a month before.
A month prior. And was it like a picture of one, or was it a scratch? What was it?
It was a scratch I used with a scissors.
Okay, got it. You made it with a scissors?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're dressed in a short sleeve kind of ROTC shirt. You've got khakis on. What color were your boots?
Black, and that ends this portion from March 2nd. Last portion, show you State's Exhibit H for identification, the evaluation on March 3rd, 2022 between Dr. Scott and the defendant. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that a portion of the evaluation on that date?
Yes, sir.
The state would offer State's Exhibit H for identification and purposes of this hearing.
Is it a copy?
Yes.
Same objection.
Okay. Over the defense objection, states composite exhibit 8 for identification will be received as states 8 for identification will be received as states 8, as in 8 legs.
The portion will be from page 1208 of the transcript, line 23, to page 1212, line 17.
Okay, now, ever search out, best you remember, like swastikas or swastika culture?
Yeah, I was trying to understand why everyone was so interested in swastikas and stuff. One was that it was a peace symbol from the Native Americans, and the Nazis took that and made it into a symbolic symbol.
Okay, and is the Nazi symbol for a swastika, is that viewed positively, negatively, or how do people view that?
It can view many different ways. I talked to a therapist here. He said he had a guy who was African American and said it was a peace symbol, and so that he had a tattoo of it on his chest or something like that.
Okay, all right. And did you come to learn, or did you know it was a peace symbol before you were here in jail?
Yeah, it was a peace symbol.
Okay, how did you learn that?
Native Americans.
Okay, and then how about,
The Nazis just took it and then made it into something else.
how about ever search for anything about the KKK or?
Yeah, the KKK, the Black Panthers, what else? Antifa, Trump supporter rallies.
How come you were searching all that?
I was trying to understand people. I didn't understand why they hated each other.
Okay,
I still don't understand why, like Ku Klux Klan hate African Americans and African Americans, what was it? The Black Power movement, why they hate white people so much.
yeah, I think we talked maybe the first day that at some point, I think it was Marjory Stoneman's school, there was some issue about something you had written on a,
Yeah, I wrote stuff on my backpack for attention.
yeah. Tell me what you were writing.
I wrote 666, I wrote I hate black people, and I wrote it all with a swastika on it
And how come you did that?
for attention.
Okay, and if the swastika is a peaceful thing, is that,
Because it looked towards people that it was a symbolic symbol, which I was trying to get because I wanted negative attention.
okay,
Or positive, either way.
all right.
So in my head, my fucked up head, I thought people maybe would come up to me, ask me why I had so many weird symbols on my backpack, and if I needed any help or anything, I would have been honest that I need help, but no one ever did.
Okay, did you ever write anything that might have had the N-word on it?
Yes,
Okay, what was that about?
I wanted attention.
Okay,
I wanted to get beat up.
okay, and what was your attitude in general towards, different races?
Didn't matter who you were. It doesn't matter what color skin you are. You're just a person.
Okay, so your use of the N-word in that context was again to,
To get beat up.
okay, all right, okay, and any comments about other people's sexuality in any way, like gay?
Yeah, gay, queer, homosexuals. No, gay, queer. What are they? Hermaphrodites. What was the other one?
And you would say this kind of stuff to folks, or write it, or what?
Well, I could write it on my backpack. Sometimes I say things on the internet, try to get a reaction.
Okay,
That would be the end of that segment. Dr. Brannon, in the review of the materials, did you have occasion to look at State's Exhibit I for identification?
I did.
What is State's Exhibit I for identification?
So these are examples of things that were found on the defendant's cellular phone, as well as Google, Gmail, from YouTube, Instagram, and also deleted emails.
Okay, and for the record, is this actually the defense exhibit in DMIL 10?
Yes.
Okay. For purposes of this hearing, concerning the matters we're discussing, the state would offer State Exhibit I for identification to evidence.
No.
Okay, the purposes of this hearing, states I for identification will be received as states 9.
Giving you back now State's Exhibit 9 for evidence. Can you tell us what is contained in that exhibit?
These
If you
are,
could give examples.
Mr. Marcus, do you want an extra copy of that, please? So we can follow along.
You don't have yours. I'm sorry, I only have one other.
Which portion of that exhibit are you, the whole thing?
It's the whole exhibit. Are you okay, Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us examples of, it's a lengthy exhibit, can you give us examples of some of the matters contained in there that relate to this motion?
yes, sir. So I'm on page 1 of Google Accounts. And on page 1, there's a listing of various posts that have been ascribed to the defendant in this case. And some of them say, and again, all of the words are used here, I won't use all the words, but one post says, I have a true hatred for fucking N-word. Another says...
Just for the record, is the actual N-word used? It doesn't say, it's not just a letter N.
So again, I'm editing that, but that's the actual word, the actual spelled out word for the N-word is here is used.
Okay.
So others, fuck black people. I hate people and I hate animals. I just want to kill people, black people. I hate black people. They can all die. I'm going to attack and kill many blacks in my school on January 1st, 2017. Fuck all you N-words. I had enough. Fuck Muslims. Fuck Antifa. Fuck N-word, Latinos, and Asian people. Fuck all you stop trying to take away our rights, you fucking N-word. I put a fucking hole through that fucking crocodile and fuck them goddamn alligators. I hate animals. I hate fucking alligators. Fuck them crocodile and alligators. Fucking N-word. They can't do shit to me. Fucking pull a little 22 out. Again, I'm not going to read all of them. I'm just going to go through a sampling. I'm on page 2, again, of Google accounts. I fuck the dead bitch. Fuck Muslims. Come to my house, I am shooting you N-word asses with Smith & Wesson M&P 15. If he goes, I am killing a bunch of you Antifa fags. I swear under my father's grave we'll do it. Fuck black people, white power. Fuck you, fucking liberal scum. Fuck Florida schools. I fucking shoot it to death. I hate animals and Huns, H-U-N-S. There's listings for various type of searches on that same page. Those various searches include things like Mexican porn, extreme porn, little girl anime porn,
stick to the exact search term as opposed to trying to characterize it as something else.
I don't want to think that he did otherwise.
You did. May I speak to him for a moment?
Sure. Will you put the white noise on, please?
Just for the record, we just want to put on the record that in the middle of Dr. Brandon's testimony, the white noise was put on, he was consulting with counsel. That's improper. And we're objecting to that. In the future, we would like.
Based on your objection that we spoke at depth during the sidebar, I allowed it. So I don't think it was improper.
And I told them I was going to do that to instruct them not to use the word they didn't want used. That's all that was said.
Next time, Judge, we would just ask that he be present for that. He can have headphones and we can listen in as well.
Go ahead.
So what were the other searches?
So, going back, I'm reading off of page 2 still from Google accounts. I'll just give a representative sample. So there's fucking Puerto Rican. There is little girl porn, little girl stretching, Nazi flag patch sale, Nazi patch for sale, Antifa porn. Going on to page 3, little girls in swimwear, little girls rape porn, Ava Braun, Hitler birthday, girl school shooter porn, ghetto Hispanic porn, nudism, little girls, 6-year-old girl pussy, little girl pussy medical pic, HIV positive porn. Going on to page 4. Rape porn choking, Asian nudist little girl, Mexican and white porn, school shooter porn, little girls kissing, going on to page 5, I smell N-word, midget porn, tomboy porn, little girl's chest, little girls masturbating, high school porn, virgin Christian girl porn, Black Lives Matter, Stoneman Douglas, Nazi, N-word hating me. Going on to page 6, N-word, I hate N-word. Going to the Philippines for sex, South Asia sex. Little girls sucking banana. N-word hating me. Moon Man, Black Lives Don't Matter. Alabama N-word. Moving on to page 7. I hate N-word. How to do a satanic ritual. 13-year-old Asian girl. Hitler song. I hate N-word. N-word song. Little girls' asses. Liberals with AR-15. White people being killed by police. Nazi song Dutch Nazi. KKK songs. German combat uniform. Nazi flag hoodie jacket. 12-year-olds twerking. Moving on to page 8. Nazi flag for sale. Nazi helmet for sale. Christian porn. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate
I'm sorry.
it.
No problem at all. Christian porn, Pornhub. Little teens porn. Moving on to page 9. Asian teen, little girls with chokers porn, Antifa porn, 70-year-old first sex video, granny first sex video. Moving to page 10. Arab mom porn.
Let me interrupt for just a second. Does the exhibit indicate what the dates of these searches are that you have looked at, that you have mentioned so far?
Yes.
What is the date range?
So starting with the first page that I started to speak about, that was those were a mix of 2017, 2018, all of course before the school shooting. But all the ones I've read so far have been from 2017, 2018.
Okay.
And yes, there's a specific date on each of these.
Okay. If you can say the date from now on, I appreciate it.
Okay, all right. So I'll move on to page 11. On 8/2/17, fucking rape them girls. 7/31/17, fuck the police. 7/21/17, I would have shotgun blast her and rape her. Moving on to page 12. So these are text messages. Moving on to page 12. This is from 7/12/17. You am going to fucking kill N-word. I am going on a N killing spree in 2020. 2020.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Full body armor and helmet with 12 AR mags and a shotgun. On 7/11/17, you N-words are nothing but absolute garbage. I wish you black people would just disappear. You're nothing in society. That's why in 2020 you'll hear me on the news, and I will kill as many black people as I can, and I will make sure I kill a lot. I will wear body armor and I will be heavily armed. No mercy, no forgiveness, no regret. I will kill you N-words. Looking at page 13. From 10/22/17, I fucking pour bleach on those fucking animals. I hate alligators and I hate humans. This is from 7/6/17. This is a post. I'll rape you white girls too, you fucking N-word. I'll fucking shoot you all with a high power caliber elephant gun, motherfuckers. Or a 30-06, I think that's 06. Either one, if fine, to take you cowards out, fuck N-word. Moving on to page 14. From 7/5/17, I think about killing people, though I'm not an N-word. I hate black people. Lots of laughs, LOL is what it actually says. It's 4th of July. I shot my gun in the woods. 7/4/17, I'll rape girls. 7/4/17, I hate humanity. I hate N-word. Mostly out of everyone, I hate black people. The day will come where I will kill them. I hope you all die. On 7/4/17, my mission is to kill black people and rape on the night of my massacre. You are not forgiven, Elliot. May you rip. May you RIP.
Do you know who Elliot is?
Elliot is a peer that he had conflict with at school.
Okay. Could it be a murder in Santa Barbara?
So I don't remember. Okay. I don't remember the reference. I know he had conflict with somebody in school. I don't remember what that exact reference is from.
Okay, that's fine.
From that same page, from page 14, I can't wait to kill black people and rape a girl in 2020. I will try and kill at least 15 people. May I not die in vain. Page 15. N-word, N-word on 7/13/17. On that same day, I wish they shot the N-word in the head. On that same day, I'm going to kill you, fucking N-word. I just fucking wait. And move on to the last page in the Google accounts, which is page 16. Little girls' nudism pics, little girls' private parts.
The dates.
I'm sorry, those were 7/3/17. And then from what looks like 2/9/17, I'll shoot them with my 12 gauge, die you liberal scum, I'll do it for the Republic. So that covers the a random sampling of the Google accounts.
Are you up to the Instagram accounts now?
Sure, so I'm on Instagram accounts, I'm on page 1 of Instagram accounts. Text, kill all black people and their children. I wish for the mass killings of blacks. Fuck the subhumans, and thankful for the people suffering in Africa. Hashtag kill black people. On 7/28/16, fuck them, N-word man. Moving to page 2. Humanity in general is jack shit. Just because some Muslim kill a bunch of fags doesn't matter as long as they all suffer. In all, I am a very, very happy camper. On 6/12/16, I'm just glad he killed all them gay fuckers, LOL. On 6/13/16, the gun control is jack shit. I hope it's abolished, and just saying I'm not a person who would do this thing. I'm a person of words and self-defense who hates gays. That's all I have to say. Fuck you, Obama, Hillary, and N-word. I'm on 7/10/16. I fucking know that I just want to shoot, let's say shot one because they are nasty little fuckers. On 8/12/16, I hate squirrels, toads, and birds. That's all I do is kill squirrels, toads, and birds. I'm moving on to page 3. On page 3, on 8/10/16, I hate most animals. Moving on to page 4, on 7/28/16, fuck little animals. On page 4 again, on 7/26/16, I hate people, so I take it out on animals. On that 7/26/16, I only shoot birds, reptiles, rabbits, and squirrels. On 7/18/16, I kill lions and eat baby bunnies. Moving on to page 5. Says on 6/25/16, I'm saving up for a shotgun. On 7/25/16, and being gay and shit is stupid. Moving on to page 6. On 8/12/16, you fucking N-word. Moving on to page 7.
Before you move on, are there pictures of dead animals throughout these posts?
Yes, sir. On the pages I just referenced, page 6, there are, and on other places as well. There's pictures of small dead animals.
And some are cut up?
Yes, sir.
Is just in general, is the rest of the, I believe this part is 68 pages. Is the rest of the pages substantially the same as what you said?
Yes, sir.
And if you could just go to, if you could start sort of towards the back of that group in page 63.
63?
Yes, and tell us the dates and what some of the postings are on his Instagram accounts.
So page 63 from Instagram accounts on 1/18/18, fucking N-word. On 1/18/18, did anything happen on Tuesday with the N-word? 1/15/18, a bunch of N-words are going to be going to school in black cloths, so I'm wearing white on Tuesday. On page 64, on 1/4/18 says, yeah, I'm going to buy a shit ton of ammo. There's going to be an ammo ban. Moving to page 65.
The last one on page 65 and the date.
So on 6/12/17, the iguana took my line and I didn't have a knife to cut the line, so I killed it. And then on the following page 66, I killed an iguana with a rock, followed by on 12/5/17.
Okay, just if I can maybe correct you on the bottom of page 65, is that December 6, 2017?
Yes, December 6, 2017. The iguana took my line and I didn't have a knife to cut the line, so I killed it. Yes, sir, correct.
And then top of page 66?
That is from 12/6/17, says I killed an iguana with a rock. And then it's followed 12/5/17, kill all the N-word, then the best I can make it out, wahaha.
Okay, so this is, that's a 12/5/17, so that's approximately 3 months and a week before the MSD shootings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And page 67?
On page 67, on 11/26/17, it's where I stay at a shelter with fucking N-word. On 11/16/17, I just hate black people, bro.
Okay, that'll complete that exhibit, thank you. Doctor, I'm not, this question I'm asking you is not directed just to the materials that we covered in this hearing. Based on everything that you have reviewed in this case, did you have sufficient information to make a diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
And what was your diagnosis?
So I think that there's several. I think that antisocial personality disorder is a diagnosis that fits, and we're talking about from the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, text revised. I think also attention deficit hyperactivity disorder fits as an appropriate diagnosis. I think there also is a diagnosis of an eating disorder. I think there's also a learning disability, especially regarding receptive language. And I think there also is borderline personality traits.
Okay. Did you draw any other conclusions from your review of the case concerning Mr. Cruz?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Diagnostically?
Diagnostically.
So certainly that the totality of the things that I reviewed all contributed to my ability to be able to make those diagnostic impressions.
What's the difference between conduct disorder and antisocial personality?
So conduct disorder is a necessary precursor, or at least behaviors that would meet that criteria to lead to antisocial personality disorder. So it's a constant pattern of violations of rules and regulations and the rights of others before the age of 15, with things like aggression towards others, stealing, lying, constant manipulating of others. So it's a way of kind of coding somebody's behavior in terms of behavioral disturbances and antisocial attitudes before someone is the age of 15. You can't give someone a personality disorder until the age of 18 and beyond. So it's a way of recognizing behavioral problems and antisocial attitudes earlier that are severe and significant, that are a precursor with many individuals for antisocial behavior or disorder later on.
Did conduct disorder apply to the defendant when he was younger?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is malingering?
Malingering is the purposeful exaggeration or fabrication of symptoms for secondary gain. It can take a lot of different forms. That's the formal diagnosis.
And did you draw any conclusions as to whether or not the defendant malingered?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was your conclusion and why?
There's ample evidence of him malingering from the very first point in which he's arrested to his performance in psychological evaluations, to his behavior in the hospital, to his commentary in terms of interviews, to his psychological testing that he performed, especially testing that specifically was designed to assess for deception or faking or feigning mental health symptoms. And so I certainly am in agreement with Dr. Holmes on this, that he was feigning symptoms and was not experiencing or suffering those symptoms that he was reporting, in particular, psychotic symptomatology.
Did you review the findings of the defense experts?
I did.
And what were their findings?
So their testing was consistent, at least in terms of psychological functioning, was consistent with feigning or malingering. So there was ample evidence of feigning, faking in both state as well as defense experts, mental health symptoms, in particular psychotic, hallucinations, things like that.
Okay, now as to diagnoses, what diagnoses did the defense experts make?
So they made diagnoses that are consistent with fetal alcohol syndrome or neurobehavioral disorders that are related to fetal alcohol exposure.
And the diagnosis that you came to of antisocial personality disorder, does that rebut or support the defense experts' diagnosis?
So I think it's a better fit in terms of a description of his lifelong pattern of rule violations and interfering in the rights of others and lack of...
Doctor, what is a better fit?
I think antisocial personality disorder as a diagnosis is a better fit. So when you read the criteria, and that's how we diagnose, is by looking at samples of behavior. So I think at looking at the samples of behavior before this incident that happened, the school shooting, and after, I think the very best fit that we have in the DSM-5 is antisocial personality disorder, among the other diagnoses that I mentioned as well.
So do you disagree with the diagnosis of neurodevelopmental disorder associated with fetal alcohol exposure?
Well, I disagree with it because it's not a diagnosis that we can use. It is in the DSM-5 TR, it's in clinical conditions for further review. And specifically in that section, it says that you can't use that diagnosis in terms of diagnosing individuals. It's not ready for that yet. It's in the section of the book that really says it needs further information, further studies, further research has to go into this. And there was an opportunity to move it into the major portion of the book to be able to use it as a clinical diagnosis. DSM-5 was published in 2013. The work went on years before, but it was published in 2013. But then DSM-5-TR, which looked at all of the provisional and all of the clinical conditions from 2013 to see if they now had enough research to be included into the main text of the book. And again, it was placed in that same position of clinical conditions for further review. So for that alone, I think it's disqualified as a diagnosis in regards to what the plain words and text say in the DSM.
Does the defense experts diagnose him with antisocial personality disorder?
No.
All right. Now, could you explain what antisocial personality disorder is, as defined in the DSM?
Sure. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Dr. Brandon, you're welcome to take a break yourself, but please do not discuss your testimony with anyone while we're in recess. And we'll take a 10-minute break at 11:07. You all can be back at 11:15. Thank you.
disregard for the safety of others, lack of remorse or empathy for others. So it really involves behavior that runs counter-culture or counter-societal norms, values, regulations with little regard for the impact or effect that it has on others.
How did you go about determining a diagnosis in this case of antisocial personality disorder? What's the process you go through?
So as my forensic guidelines in terms of how we're supposed to approach forensic evaluations dictate to us, I considered a number of different sources of information. So I looked at not only his history before this event, meaning his behavior in school, what other professionals were saying about him before the school shooting occurred, but also what happened during that time and after that time. And that includes all pieces of information, all sources of information. As a matter of fact, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, it's actually on page 29 of that manual, actually talks to us about giving a diagnosis alone in a legal setting is not sufficient. You can't use a diagnosis that's not synonymous with any legal standard. So you can't say someone has schizophrenia and therefore they are insane at the time of an incident. It takes more than that. And the DSM-5 encourages us to do that, to look at more sources of information. And the more we have, the more confident we can be in a diagnosis, the more robust our diagnosis is, and we can say it in a louder voice with more certainty. So that's how we go about diagnosing, and that's how I diagnosed in this case. The science of psychology, unlike the science of medicine, we don't have x-rays, we don't have MRIs, we don't have CAT scans. We rely on behavioral samples. So the more behavioral samples that you have of different sets of behaviors, the more you can put those into diagnostic categories that are outlined in the DSM-5 TR.
Would social media, let's say within the last 7-8 months before an incident like we have here, be a suitable data point for you?
Yes, sir, very much so.
Why is that?
Well, because looking at...
Would you please pause it until the next break?
Would you like me to wait for that, Your Honor?
Please.
Okay. I'll talk louder if that'll help the court.
Thank you.
All right.
I would just ask both lawyers, both sides, please don't use your printers during the testimony. Wait for the breaks. I do that same thing. It's distracting and noisy. Thank you. Go ahead.
So social media is an unfettered look into somebody's thinking, a look into their brain. It's a way of knowing what their interests are. It's a way of knowing what their internal desires are. It's in a way, especially with things like searches, where people believe there's some degree of anonymity to that they can do that when no one's ever going to find out about what they were looking at, what they are interested in. It's a way of looking at what they feel aggressive about, what they feel sexually attracted to. It's a way of knowing what their deepest desires and thoughts and interests are. So to be able to see that in an unfettered way, it opens up, in some ways, it's like opening someone's medicine cabinet when they don't know you're looking at it and seeing the medicine in their cabinet, in their bathroom. You're seeing what they think, how they feel about things, and that goes along with their postings as well, which they believe is to kind of a select audience. So it's important to kind of get that, because later on things become problematic. Like, for instance, if we know someone's malingering or feigning, and we know they're faking, and we know that things begin to filter what they're saying and what the information that they're giving. What you search for and look at on the internet are really unfiltered. But once we know you're not giving accurate information, that you're feigning symptoms, it distorts everything that we're seeing. Now it is, in many ways, adulterated in terms of what you're trying to see. So the internet searches and social media is a great gateway into somebody's brain to know exactly what they were thinking and how those things progressed over time.
And in this particular case, is it particularly helpful to know the several months leading up to the shooting what the defendant was writing, thinking, searching for?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. How, in reference to the items that we went through today, and there's many categories, but if I said in general the racist ideology espoused by the defendant in those social media, how does that impact your finding of antisocial personality, if at all?
So it serves a couple of different purposes. One, it certainly works against social norms and culture. It works against the kinds of things that people would ordinarily consider or think about. And what it does is...
Let me just interrupt that.
Yes.
When you said it works against social norms and culture, what does that have to do with antisocial personality?
So it's one of the criteria in terms of violations of social norms, that really what you're doing is you're violating other people's rights and watching other people violate other people's rights by doing that. So you're conceptualizing how other people are treating other people and incorporating some of those values. And you can see from searches to posts how that someone might take what they've searched and then relay that information back in their own verbalizations to other people. So it's a violation of the way that the culture usually sees what's acceptable behavior. So it's participation in that, events that dehumanize people, that make people objects or less than acceptable people. It's what really sets you up for other criteria for antisocial personality disorder, like acts of aggression and lack of empathy or concern about other people's pain. But it also does some other things. It allows us to see some attention-seeking behavior too. So knowing the impact of extremist views and extremist ideologies that allows those other individuals to cause harm to people, it also gets a lot of attention. And if you use some words or phrases, that will certainly get other people to note or be aware of you.
Well, he told Dr. Scott about he gets positive and negative attention.
Yes.
From the swastika.
Yes, it's anticipating. It's using your brain to consider the reaction or impact of something. And that's important. It means it's not a person who's just living in the moment. They're considering what can happen as a result of this behavioral sample. If I do this, this is what may happen out there. So if I use certain words, certain phrases, certain symbols, that has an impact. So that's using your brain to anticipate what happens in the future.
And is that related, that attention-seeking behavior, related to the diagnosis of antisocial personality?
So it certainly is in regards to disregarding the impact on other individuals, a lack of any sort of empathy or remorse for other people. It certainly is a level of aggressivity as well. It's impulsive, but it also runs, again, counter to what you'd expect people within the culture to be interested in, the mainstream beliefs and thoughts within the culture.
Going to the posts about, or the social media that you talked about dealing with animal abuse. How is animal abuse related to antisocial personality in terms of evidence towards your diagnosis?
So it's a disregard for pain and suffering. It's a disregard, it's an inability to feel any sort of empathy, even in this case for an animal. But it's also kind of a celebration of letting other people know and bringing attention to yourself for acts that other people would find reprehensible, that other people would reject. So as a result of that, you get that kind of attention for a negative event or something that's subculture or anti-culture, and as a result of that, you're drawing attention and thinking about how that can be in some way aggrandizing your own position. But it's not aggrandizing it in a positive way. It's aggrandizing it in a way that's the most reprehensible and the most awful. And it also puts you in a position where you try to normalize something like harming an animal.
In reviewing the defense expert material, did any of the defense experts tender an opinion that the defendant qualifies for an intellectual disability diagnosis?
Yes.
And did you have an opinion on that?
Yes, sir.
And what's your opinion?
So he does not meet any criteria that I'm aware of or that I've reviewed, or is in the DSM-5 for intellectual disability. There is a clear showing not only in his IQ scores over time, but in the way he uses his brain to anticipate future consequences prior to the shooting at the school on February 14th and at the time of the shooting in the school, which shows intellectual abilities far beyond what you'd anticipate for somebody with an intellectual disability.
Now, looking at the social media that we looked at, searches and other sources of information that you digested in this case, let me strike that. Just looking at the social media that we talked about today and the searches, is any of that important to you in rendering your diagnosis that he does not qualify for intellectual disability?
Yes, sir.
In what way?
So it's, again, anticipating. One of the things that your brain, in terms of executive functioning, higher levels of your brain does, is anticipate what's going to happen as a result of certain actions that you take. So if you consider looking at or viewing certain materials and announcing that to other individuals, or using certain symbols like swastikas and making that public, making that known by drawing it or putting on certain items, that's a message. That message is intended to do something for the receiver of that message. That shows the ability to think ahead. It shows the ability to use your brain, the executive functioning portion of your brain that anticipates and plans and judges and thinks ahead. It shows an ability to do that and to think about what will happen afterwards, whether it's a video post or whether it's an actual post that's on his text messages. It shows his ability to do that. He's thinking about what effect his behavior will have on people later.
You also reviewed two potential statutory mitigators that the defense has proffered.
Yes, sir.
The first being, was the defendant under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance? Has that been proffered by the defense as a statutory mitigator?
Yes, sir.
And what's your opinion of that?
So my opinion is it does not qualify. It does not, he does not meet that criteria.
And any of the evidence that we've gone over today in the social media, does that relate to rebutting the statutory mitigator of that the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance?
Yes, sir.
In what way?
So he's not thinking about things in a way that incorporates hearing voices. He's not incorporating things in terms of reasons for doing certain behaviors, like, for instance, the school shooting is related to a mental disorder. It's a planned behavior. It's a behavior that's organized. It's a behavior that's thought out. It's a behavior where there's reviews of how long or information the day before the incident about how long it takes police to get on the scene of a school shooter. When you start to review those kinds of things and see how someone's brain is working and the organization and planning that goes into that kind of an event, and then to be able to anticipate what the future impact of that event will be in your behavior, that's using your brain in a way that people with mental illness generally don't use their brain.
The second statutory mitigator was his capacity to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law substantially impaired. You're aware of that?
I am.
And what is your opinion of that statutory mitigator?
That he does not meet that criteria.
And regarding the social media evidence that we went over today, is any of that evidence important to you in your determination that that statutory mitigator does not apply?
Yes, sir.
And what is that and why, please?
That, again, he showed through those posts an ability to be able to not only plan and organize and think through events, but research things about other people, like school shooters or other people who have done similar events, or whether it be Nazi Germany, where there have been similar, killing of people, Ku Klux Klan, all of those type of things represent ways in using your brain to kind of organize your thoughts around the behavior that you're going to do. It's not impulsive. It's thought out. It's really regulated, thought out, planned, not to mention weapons searches and interests in weapons, in a way to be able to even select what would be the most appropriate weapon to use for this and how long you need to be there to do it, an escape plan to be able to get your way out. So all of those things are important to show it's not impulsive, it's planned, it's detailed out, and it's done at an appropriate time, meaning in his brain an appropriate time.
Doctor, in this hearing, we introduced evidence that the gun had the firearm magazine in the AR-15 style weapon was a magazine with swastikas on both sides, correct?
Yes.
and a boot, a right boot with a swastika that he was wearing an hour and 20 minutes later, correct?
Yes.
The backpack that he admitted to Detective Scott that he had written on that had a swastika and other obscene words on it, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Marcus, I think you meant doctor, you said detective. I'm thinking there may be a detective, but that's not who you're talking about.
I meant doctor.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Thank you.
Sure.
That I just lost my place. That's okay. And then we introduced evidence that he then used the name Swaz, short for swastika, to Dr. Holmes. Could you, what does that mean in terms of your diagnosis that he was using swastika symbols, and there's also testimony presented today about even scribbling it on a desk. So all these swastikas that were part of his life and then part of the crime, and now he, or at least when he talked to Dr. Holmes, he said there was a voice, swastika, or swaz, short for swastika. Can you relate that?
Sure. He picks the most reprehensible and the most deplorable of topics to be able to look at. He knows the impact from studying those and researching Hitler and Eva Braun and German culture and what the swastika means. He anticipates how people will react to that and leaves that information on the scene of this school shooting. But it's also a way of being able to dehumanize individuals. It's a practice, it's a mental practice, if you will, of dehumanizing individuals so that people can aggress, just like other hate groups have in the past, can aggress against other people. So it serves a number of different functions in terms of the diagnosis, but it also points out a path, if you will, a clear path through the social media posts of how we got to where we were in terms of February 14th.
When the defendant says that swastika, the voice, tells him to pick up a radio and pretend that you're killing a guard, that it's a gun and you're shooting the guard, does that give you any further support for antisocial personality?
It does, yes, sir. What it does, in effect, is show that even after he's been caught and put in jail and facing extreme consequences as a result, and knows that his behavior has been exposed as in terms of who did this and what he did, he continues to have those same types of thoughts and behaviors. That's very consistent with antisocial personality disorder. It's punishment doesn't have much impact or effect. What happens is the individual tends to repeat or celebrate or play through the same fantasies about what happened back then that was thrilling, exciting, drew them to this particular behavior. That's an example of replaying the event, thinking about the event just in a different context.
Is the social media that we went over that covers racism, animal abuse, hatred towards women, internet searches of the pornography you mentioned, Hitler, Black Lives Matter at the school, is that important to your diagnosis?
Yes, sir, it is.
How important is it?
It's very important as a source of information. It's a behavioral sample. It's a large behavioral sample of showing his mindset before it became, clouded by some of these attempts at malingering and what's happened since that time and trying to act in his best interest now. So you wind up in a position where you have a window into a person's psychological functioning before they have any bias or any chance to sort of change or develop that. And it's a fascination and focus on the most reprehensible and deplorable possible conditions that shows what his mindset was at that time, which contributes exactly to these diagnostic impressions. It's a wealth of information about an individual to apply diagnostically.
I'm not sure if you said this. If I'm repeating, someone will let me know. The use of the person swastika or the voice swastika, is that evidence of malingering?
Well, yes, sir, just like Dr. Holmes said. It certainly is representative of malingering. He shows evidence of malingering on psychological testing, meaning feigning symptoms. So she didn't believe him, thought there was a 100%, incorrect fantasy that he wasn't psychotic. And again, all of the indications that we have from what he said almost from the beginning of the time he was apprehended is that he was engaging in some degree of deceptive behavior, either not remembering things, not being able to talk, not hearing voices, hearing different voices to different doctors, telling some doctors about swastika but not others. So it's an attempt. It's a way of kind of seeing what works. It's talking to doctors and people and seeing what information you can put out there that works. You're monitoring individuals who are talking to you, assessing how they're reacting to what you're saying, and then changing or modifying your behavior based on those reactions.
How does your diagnosis of antisocial personality rebut your understanding of the defense expert's diagnosis of the defendant?
So I think when you read it, it's a much better fit, and that's how we diagnose. We diagnose by seeing what of the universe of potential behavioral samples we have, which of those best correlate with the diagnostic criteria that's laid out in the DSM-5-TR. So in terms of how I viewed it and how I did this diagnosis from the information that I had, including the social media information, that best fits, in my mind, into that criteria of antisocial personality disorder, as well as the other diagnoses that I've mentioned.
And is this social media outlining all of these racist and animal abuse and women abuse and murder? Does that make the diagnosis more certain?
Yes, sir. It certainly adds incrementally to that diagnosis. It's an important component of that diagnosis. It shows not only dehumanizing of an individual, lack of care and concern, lack of empathy, remorse for what other people may be suffering or going through, including animals. You're in a position of being able to actually say that relates exactly, that matches up with somebody with that condition of antisocial personality disorder. The criteria fits exactly.
Okay, may I have just a moment?
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Tend to the witness.
Do you all want to hear something? No. Okay, cross-examination.
Judge, can we go ahead and take our break now for a couple reasons. One,
I mean, I think the cross is going to be long, but also we have not had the opportunity to fully depose Dr. Brandon, so a lot of this is new information to us. We just like a little bit of time to go through it. Maybe take lunch now and come back at 1 and finish.
State? Any objection?
Never is the court's pleasure.
All right, we'll be in recess. It's 11:40. I want to start back exactly at 1 o'clock. That's an hour and 20 minutes. Dr. Brannon, please do not discuss your testimony during the lunch break. And I'll see you all back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
today, that they not have their cameras with them, they
Yes.
not have watches on, or, you know, the Google glasses which can take photographs, understanding that for purposes
of the victims, that none of these photographs and today is not sensitive, but nothing that would be sensitive in the future would be photographed or printed. They can look at whatever is going to be there today. There's nothing sensitive, so if they wanted to do whatever they wanted with it, that would be fine. But going forward, as far as victim pictures that are sensitive, we had this already discussed in court, and this group of media people already know that, and I just want to make the record abundantly clear that that is the state's position, and I know that the media understands, and Ms. McElroy would like to be heard.
And just so the record is clear, anyone who has received a press pass has signed an agreement with the Chief Judge, Jack Tudor, which has indicated that they have read all of the rules and all of the regulations, and if they violate any of those, their press pass will be revoked. They've all stated that they understood, and we have it in writing, and it's with the Chief Judge's office. That was one of the caveats. Under no circumstances may any person from the media bring a visible camera or secret camera. You can have the opportunity to view the photos as the court has time, and right now we have time. They're going to be viewed while they're in the possession of a clerk with me sitting on the bench. They're not to be taken. They're not to be manipulated in any way, just viewed for observation purposes. And the sheriff's office would also like, if you have a smartphone or a smart watch or smart device, if you would just please leave it on the ledge while you come up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
And there's actually two things happening, and just so I can explain. Dana McElroy on behalf of a large group of media companies, and thank you for hearing me briefly. I think what we're talking about today are exhibits admitted into evidence and available to the public as one category. And I think what Ms. McCann was talking about and what my other motion deals with is when we get started with the trial, there'll be a vast category, as I understand it, of sensitive evidence, which will include crime scene photos, videos, autopsy photos. I'm not 100% sure, but all these areas that the state, and I'm not sure about the defense, will deem sensitive. And what we've asked for in our motion and what we've discussed with both the defense and the state is a mechanism by which members of the media can securely view the sensitive evidence that the jury will see, which is admitted into evidence, but the public will not see either on the monitors or generally.
We're going to do it in the same way. We're going to do it in open court with the clerk sitting where she is, with myself on the bench, and we're going to do it when we have time at either probably it's going to be at the end of each day.
Okay, so that's our understanding, and I think the state was concerned, and I wanted to reiterate that in our motion, we have agreed in the media as to the sensitive evidence that we aren't entitled to a copy of those things or to any sort of duplication that would allow any publication at all. And instead, we're as to the sensitive evidence, the media is simply asking to be able to see it and not to copy or duplicate or take away a copy. Whereas,
anything that you view in court, you're only going to be able to see. We're not going to be making copies for you of anything. If you have a public records request, that can be made through another entity. But as far as viewing the evidence, once it's admitted, we are going to make, just like I said, we're going to make accommodations for you to view it with the clerk and with me.
okay, Your Honor, so you won't be distinguishing between evidence that's admitted and generally available to the public, and then evidence that's designated as sensitive evidence.
Anything that the media has a right to view is going to be done exactly the way that I described. Once we're in recess for a reasonable amount of time, like I said, you can have a few representatives and they can have a reasonable amount of time to review it, and then that's it. I don't know if there's something I'm not answering.
Yeah, well, I think that there is a distinction between evidence that's admitted that is filed with the clerk that's essentially public, like today's evidence is what my understanding is, that it was entered in with the clerk and it's public. We can get a copy, and maybe there's another mechanism.
That has nothing to do with me. I don't deal with public records requests. You're going to have to go through the clerk of the courts or court administration.
Got it.
But I will take the time out of my day and the clerk's day to let you view the evidence as soon as it's admitted at the end of each day.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor, we appreciate that.
And you're gonna get about 10 minutes and you have about 4 left.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And so,
So come on up. Don't be afraid. I only bite sometimes.
Judge, I guess,
Everyone else, we're in recess. This is just going to be the clerk. I'm just the hall monitor, and everyone else is in recess, so you can go to lunch. I don't know if they, yeah. Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Dr. Brannon, would you please come back on up to the witness stand? Okay, whenever you're ready.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying thank you for my water.
Oh, okay.
Walking water.
Okay. Good afternoon. You testified earlier about the things that you reviewed
Yes.
in preparation for this case. In fact, sorry, you said it was more than you reviewed in any other case.
Yes.
Okay. You said school records, correct?
Yes.
Mental health treatment records, social media. You reviewed the adoption records, correct?
Ms. Christian, I'm saying the answer to each one of these as you go through.
Yes. All right.
So yes, everything you said.
Okay. Some of his previous providers, Mr. Cruz's previous providers.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Employment records,
Correct.
pharmacy records.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know whether the records that you reviewed were complete or portions?
Well, you never know that, do you? I'm assuming I get comprehensive records, so I don't know, I mean, you never have everything. So, I mean, there's a universe of things you can have in any case. So I have what was provided to me, which the defense was given a list of in terms of what I reviewed.
Okay. And you reviewed all of those things?
I did.
Okay. And you also said that you reviewed materials from defense experts?
Yeah.
Okay. And that would include testing materials?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Depositions?
Correct.
Okay. You reviewed the materials from some of the other state's experts, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay, and that would include Dr. Charles Scott?
Yes.
Okay. You reviewed his interview?
I saw it, yes, I saw it and read a transcript.
Okay. And you said that was 3 days, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you review any portion of his deposition?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And you reviewed Dr. Patricia Zapp's deposition?
I did.
Okay. What about the notes that she created? She had a chronology. Did you review that?
I did.
Okay. And other notes from her?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I need to go back to Dr. Scott for a moment.
Sure.
He did a 90-slide PowerPoint. Did you review that
I
also?
have not seen it.
Okay. May I have just 1 moment? please?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Robert Denny, you reviewed the video, I assume, and the transcript of his 2-day interview with Mr. Cruz, correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Okay, and his depositions?
Yes.
Okay. How many of those did you review?
So if I remember correctly, there was 2, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Did you ever speak with any of the state's other experts?
No, never.
Okay. And okay, I'm sorry. I don't remember that. Oh, how many depots you reviewed from Dr. Denny?
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, and ooh, I feel like I'm talking too loud. So, in reviewing the materials from Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny and Dr. Zapp, you're aware that with respect to the diagnosis of antisocial personality, you all agree on that?
Yes,
Okay. And on borderline personality, you all agree on that?
yes,
And malingering, you all 4 agree on that?
yes.
Okay.
Now, I know that you have been qualified as an expert in forensic psychology and testified numerous times. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in sex offenders?
Yes.
In court?
Yes.
Okay. What about antisocial personality disorder?
So I don't remember ever being qualified back in the days when we qualified the experts. I don't remember being specifically qualified in that diagnosis any more than schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. So I don't think so, Ms. Curtis.
Okay. Nonetheless, you have diagnosed individuals with antisocial personality disorder numerous times.
Yes, it's one of the most common diagnoses in the criminal system, the criminal justice system.
Okay. Any ballpark you could give me on how many times?
Oh, no. It's frequently used. It's like substance abuse is another frequently used condition. So it's been used, I've used it a lot. I wouldn't say in the majority of cases, but certainly, again, the DSM-5 TR tells us it's one of the most frequent diagnoses. You find most of those conditions or diagnoses, or a great preponderance of them, in jail or in prison.
Okay. I mean, would you say it might be in the hundreds?
Oh, easily. Sure.
Okay. Thousands?
So at last count, I've done over 20,000 evaluations in my career. A lot of those are competency evals, of course, but so I've done over 20,000. So, or at least that's what my computer tells me in terms of my count. So, so could I have given that diagnosis thousands of times? I think that's a possibility. It sounds like a lot, but I think that's a possibility.
Okay. How many times when you've diagnosed antisocial personality disorder did you rely on the subject's use of swastikas or other hate symbols?
So I would say a handful of times. I'd say that material was made available to me. It's usually not made available. Usually in first-degree murder cases, you get more information, more material. So I'd say 10 times or less.
10 times or less?
That's just a guess. I mean, I certainly have seen that material before as part of my review, but it's really the exception, and that's because you just don't get that material on downward departures or competencies or even sanities to that degree.
Okay, and are you talking now about when you are testifying as a defense expert that you're not getting the material?
So it really depends. Sometimes it's just not relevant to the legal issue. As a forensic psychologist, you'd always want to see what the legal issue is. For instance, on something on sanity or competency, I wouldn't ask for that material, I wouldn't request it or see it as relevant, or a Miranda waiver. So in a lot of the cases that I do, sex offender cases that you mentioned, or risk assessment, some of those it may not be as relevant as it is in others, like for diagnostic purposes. So I generally don't request it unless I think it's relevant to the issue or it's produced for me and it's consistent with my diagnosis.
Okay, but I'm talking about just when you've diagnosed antisocial personality disorder.
Yes.
So in that instance, where that is the contemplated diagnosis, are you saying you might not have been given that material because maybe whoever wanted you to see, whoever wanted that diagnosis wouldn't have given it to you?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all. What I'm suggesting is that it may not have been available. I mean, I hate to say this, but I've been doing this for 3 decades, so we didn't have social media when I first started. So a lot of those early cases, I didn't see that. It may not have been relevant. The person may not have been posting relevant materials before. And you specifically use the modifier of swastikas, so that makes it even less likely that I would have reviewed social media that included swastikas. That's a subset of a subset of a subset. Okay.
So, as you said, it's 10 times or less where you have made a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder that I assume in part, never in whole, related to the use of hate symbols or swastikas.
Well, again, adding the term swastika. So I think it's probably less than 10 times I've seen social media posts that I've used to assist in diagnosing that included swastikas. There's other things, racial epithets and things like that, and anti-Semitism. But in terms of you're asking about swastikas, and this is purely speculation on my part, I think that's likely less than 10 times.
Okay. Excuse me. So, is it your testimony that the drawing of swastikas represents a racist ideology?
So it's anti-Semitic by definition. The symbol itself is anti-Semitic, especially if you search that and realize the history of that symbol and also what it's been used for. and if your intended impact is to shock people, get attention for doing that. So if you're aware of it, use it in that way and are aware of the history of it, then yes, it's anti-Semitic.
Right, but so how do you view, or what is your definition of a racist ideology?
So well, I would think that anything that has to do with Ku Klux Klan would certainly fit that mold. So if you're also talking about racist, you can also talk about far left groups who may hate as well. So anyone who hates as a result of skin color or ethnic orientation, hates a person just because of that specific trait or quality.
Okay, other than the swastika, what evidence in the records supports anti-Semitism?
Searches on Hitler, Eva Braun, Germany, the Holocaust. All of those things would be consistent. It's not just the searching of them, it's using those symbols in a way acknowledging that it was meant to get attention. There's no better way to get attention than to choose the most reprehensible symbol possible and to utilize that or others.
Right, but I mean, you would agree with me that doing something to get attention might be different than doing something because it's something you believe in, right? Truly believe in.
It could be, but that's not my opinion in this case.
Okay. I mean, and you would also agree with me that Hitler is also a historical figure. Lots of people research him, lots of people write books about him, right?
Right, but there's no questioning what Hitler did and what Hitler is most known or famous for. So you have to put that in context. Isolated, a historical review of Hitler might be one thing, but when you put it in the context of other social media searches that are consistent with people who are involved in hateful activities and anti-Semite and racial type of ideologies, misogyny, those type of things in context tell us about a person's mindset.
Okay. You said people involved in hateful activities. Okay, so from the records, what activities did you find Mr. Cruz involved in?
Well, you could just say alone placing swastikas on materials for people to see as hateful because it's anticipating a reaction of revulsion by other people. So just the very fact of doing that alone. So it's not just the interest, it's using those things. It's writing on a backpack, I hate the N-word or fucking N-word. So those type of things are meant to cause harm or to hurt other people and to enjoy the impact of that and to know there's attention that comes from that. It's what allows people to dehumanize other people and act in series of acts of aggression against them.
Right, so what I'm asking is what, other than the swastikas, because, okay, so let me just back up. We talked about how, and we haven't gone specifically into each individual swastika, but just in general, the drawing of swastikas. And I was asking you about how you believe that represents a racist ideology and what is the racist ideology, right?
Sure, yes.
Okay, and then you said researching Hitler, historical, and I said it was a historical figure, correct?
Yes,
and you
ma'am.
said in context.
Right.
Right? And the context here you're putting it in is he's also drawing swastikas.
Right.
Okay, so is it those two things? Is that, I'm just asking.
No, I understand you.
Those two things. Or is there something more is what I'm asking.
So it's just engaging and making others aware. It's making public that that's what you're doing, that you have an interest in that you're talking about those things like the Holocaust and talking about Nazi Germany and using swastikas. It's engaging in that kind of discussion, making that discussion public and displaying those images. It's not being done for a book report. It's being done for effect. It's being done to get people's attention and to be repulsed. But it's also mental training to be able to engage in aggressive behavior against others by dehumanizing them.
Okay, so did he search for things regarding Hitler and the Holocaust, or did he engage in discussions about it, or both?
So he did both. He searched for Hitler, Eva Braun. He searched for those things, Germany, the swastika. And he also engaged in posts that were, expressing what he was doing and talking about. And then he talked about it again in his interviews, like with Dr. Scott.
Okay, right. So Dr. Scott, and I think you and I'm not going to do that again, but you and Mr. Marcus sort of read through that portion of his interview.
Yes, ma'am.
Which I'm gonna put the whole thing into evidence in a few moments, but I don't think we've had it yet, right? No, okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Was it?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. Okay.
No, we're gonna go back to, the interview with Dr. Scott that you just
Okay.
referenced.
Can you tell me which one?
The, I can tell you. From March 1st, I think that was the first day, page 371, I think is where, I don't remember exactly where you started reading.
I have it in front of me.
If you look on page 371, you and Mr. Marcus sort of went through this
Yes.
earlier. And Dr. Scott says, any time where someone might have thought you were carving a swastika.
Can you tell me where you're reading from, Ms. Pierce?
I'm sorry, it's starting on line 5, page 371.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Got it.
Okay, so, and you went through this earlier, I don't want to read through the entire thing, but Dr. Scott continues to ask him questions about it. Why did you do it? For attention. What kind of attention? And he asks for 3 pages, and I don't want to speculate as to why, but he doesn't ever get Mr. Cruz to say, because I hate Jewish people, or I'm an anti-Semite, or I'm a Nazi. He never says that, right?
Right.
Okay. Is there any place in the DSM that says that a swastika or any other symbol relates to the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder?
No,
Okay.
it's not that specific.
Okay. Are you aware of recent research that says anti-Semitism is not really indicative of any specific mental disorder?
Oh, I would agree with that.
Okay.
Sure.
And you would agree with me that racism or anti-Semitism are learned behaviors, correct?
They certainly can be. There can be a basis in terms of brain wiring to make some people more liable to expose themselves to those kinds of materials. But yes, it's a lot of it is exposure to in their environment. So there's definitely a nature-nurture kind of a link to it. But it requires you to be exposed to it, which social media allows us to do, but also have underlying attitudes like lack of remorse, lack of guilt over things, those kinds of things, lack of empathy.
Okay, right. But I mean, people aren't born hating any particular group.
Well, I think you'd probably get a
right?
debate. So it's probably, we always wind up with it's both. So some people are probably pre-wired in terms of their brain to pursue certain activities, and other people are probably, coached more by the environment, what happens in terms of the consequences of their behavior in the real world. So we'll come up with our same mental health explanation and say it's both.
Okay. Now, you indicated that the drawing of swastikas, in your opinion, is attention-seeking behavior.
Well, not if they're for yourself. Not if you put them in your own private notebook and put a lock and key on it and keep it in your top drawer. But if you display it or leave it at the scene of a school shooting where 17 people have been murdered, if you do those kinds of things or leave it out for other people to see, then that is a bit of a problem. So it depends on context again.
Okay, so your answer included evidence from this case. So you're saying in this case, the drawing of swastikas was attention-seeking behavior.
It is. So if you're keeping it as a historical symbol to yourself because you think it's interesting or intriguing, because you're, again, doing some type of research in that area, that's one thing. But you have someone waving it proudly over their head, or at least displaying it on clothing, weapons, as well as magazines that are left for specific purposes, for people to notice them.
Okay. And you don't happen to have on you a copy of the DSM-5
I
TR,
absolutely,
do you?
I do, yes.
Okay. Can we go to page 748?
Yes. Are you talking about the DSM-5 or TR? 5TR?
I have the TR. Do you
Okay, perfect, yes,
Okay.
I have, most recent edition. Okay, so give me that page number again, Ms. Curtis.
748?
748, got it.
Ms. Curtis, do you have I don't have a DSM here. Do you have a copy of the page you're referencing, or
I can send you the PDF. Do you want me to do that?
of the whole book?
Yeah.
I can do that.
Well, actually, if it's accessible online, I can just look it up myself. Is it? Do you know?
I don't know how I got it.
Oh, we purchased it. You know what?
Your Honor, if the
Yeah.
court wants me to stand up during this, I can share my copy with the court. Whatever's the court's preference, but
Well, let me
Yeah.
ask you this, are you gonna be referencing numerous things?
Probably.
Then I think we should just take a 5-minute recess and
Okay.
Judge Forth will lend me his.
Okay,
I just need 5 minutes for
Okay.
them to run over if that's okay.
that's fine.
Make sure you get the TR.
Judge, I have a copy downstairs. You want to run down and get it? You can borrow it.
or Judge, I can give you my copy if Ms. Curtis will step forward and share her copy with me. That's another possibility as well.
I have some
Oh,
of
I'm
the
sorry.
Xerox that I need,
Judge,
so.
you want me to go get a copy for you?
It's okay, cause
No, it's fine. I can give the doctor my copy and you can take it.
Or we can look at your copy together. And
if one of the lawyers does have an extra
I'll
copy,
go get it.
turns out, the person I was gonna ask to loan me a copy has an outdated version.
Judge, would that be a good time for my parties to rush?
Sure. Thank you. I think he said the 5 was from 2013.
take the 748.
Oh,
There's nothing wrong with that. You're on. You know he has to go to.
Oh, thank you. Is Curtis one of, oh no, he's in the bathroom, sorry. Okay, the lawyers are present, the defendant is present. The state has loaned me a copy of the DSM-5 TR,
Okay.
and whenever you're ready.
Okay, before we do that, I want to just go back a minute. This is the copy.
That's what?
Do you want to look at the transcript of the whole?
You need to read the whole thing?
No. I mean, do you want to look at it, make sure it's what I'm
You
testing?
say that's what it is, it is. Unless you want me to read it, I'll read it.
No, I don't need you to read it. Judge, I'm, well, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. I'm going to try to just show him. This is 3 folders. Do you recognize this folder and what's inside of it? Actually, what's inside of it, not the folder.
On the outside of the folder says Dr. Scott. So that's kind of a guess. And let's see, this is, the first page is the evaluation of the defendant in this case. So this is, looks like Dr. Scott's, without going through every page, it looks like Dr. Scott's interview of the defendant in this case.
Okay, and that is something that you read?
I did.
In preparation?
Yeah,
Okay,
I did.
and then you can put that back. Okay, and then I'm going to show you this. Do you recognize what's inside that folder?
This is, again, more evaluation of the defendant by Dr. Scott.
Okay, that's day 2?
Yes, March 2nd.
Okay, and you reviewed that entire video and read that entire transcript,
did.
correct? Okay. And I have one more.
So this is the third day, again, without looking at all the pages, but this is the third day of the evaluation by Dr. Scott of the defendant.
Okay, and you reviewed that entire video and read that
I
entire
did,
transcript,
yes.
correct? Okay, and that's, represents the interview that you viewed, what you read, in its entirety, correct?
Sure, I mean, with the assumption that all pages are there from all of the interview, yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, we're going to ask to put the entire interview from Dr. Scott from March 1st to March 3rd of 2021.
Okay, did you say what it was marked for identification?
It's marked as Defense A.
Okay, any objection?
There's no objection, but perhaps the defense, there's a couple thousand pages there. I'm not sure if they want to point out particular relevancy. I mean, there's a lot of things in there. It's like 30 hours if you watched it on video, or not 30 hours.
20.
20 hours.
Ms. Curtis, are you going to narrow down what exactly you want the
I-
court to consider?
If I do refer to it, yes. We just wanted the entire thing in so that it's not out of context. If there's something else that the court needs to look at in context.
I understand. Okay, Defense Composite Exhibit A will be received as Defense Composite Exhibit 1.
Okay. Before we go through the DSM, I wanted to ask you, go back on a couple of things. What evidence or research are you familiar with that connects brain wiring to hatred, racial hatred in particular?
So we don't know that. There's been different research that tells us that some people are just born more aggressive or more inclined to engage in aggressive or hateful behavior, but we don't know that with any specificity, which is why we give the answer that it's likely a combination of your brain wiring or how your brain is structured in your environment. So we know, for instance, some people just engage in aggressive behavior without any environmental influences, and we know that some people with awful environmental influences don't engage in aggression at all. So we don't know the answer to that. That's why we're still struggling with that nature-nurture question.
Okay, so I'm sorry, are you saying that you're not familiar with research that actually says that brain wiring is related to hatred, or the
To
literature
hatred?
says you just don't know?
So it says that we believe at this level that there's contributions of both.
Okay.
So we can't put a percentage out. We don't have that kind of precision in psychology to say that. And the research doesn't have that level of precision. So it would be hard to untangle those two to be able to attribute one to what you're born with and one to what you're exposed to in your world. So It'd be very difficult to do that kind of research. I mean, we do some twin studies and kind of see about twins raised in different environments and what happens to them, identical twins. But that'd be very difficult research to do in general.
Okay. And there isn't anything in the evidence that you reviewed for this entire case that would show that this crime in particular was racially motivated, correct?
So not specifically racially motivated, no.
Okay. And when we were talking about swastikas being attention-seeking, you said something about to get a reaction out of people, correct?
Right. So that's Dr. Scott, correct.
Okay, and, right, but I mean, you would agree, the reason you're saying that it's attention-seeking behavior is because it's something that is, and I think you made some comment about how it's one of the most hateful symbols in our world, correct?
Yes, correct.
Right, because it's so inflammatory. That would be what gets people's reaction, correct?
Right, it's the display of the symbol. So it's not just the symbol itself, it's the choosing to display that symbol at strategic times and places.
Right. Okay, so now let's go to page 748 of the DSM-TR.
I'm there.
And this is where the diagnostic criteria for antisocial personality are found, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell me in here where the attention-seeking behavior is mentioned as a criteria for antisocial personality disorder?
So there is no reference to attention-seeking behavior.
Okay, so then let's go through the diagnostic criteria and determine what the swastikas would be related to.
Okay.
So criteria A is a pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others occurring since age 15 as indicated by 3 or more of the following, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so number 1, failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors as indicated by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest. Does the swastika relate to that particular criteria?
So I'd start even a little bit higher. I'd start with a pervasive pattern of disregard, which you read, in violation of the rights. So viewing not only swastikas, but viewing German ideology and also viewing things in terms of the Holocaust as a direct violation of people's rights, and shows specifically an interest in those type of things. And by viewing things of people going to gas chambers and people being killed as a result of being Jewish, I think that directly impacts upon someone's violation of their rights. I can't think of a higher calling than that in terms of an interest.
Right, but I mean it doesn't just say a pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of rights. It says it has to be indicated by one of the following 7 criteria, or at least, 3 or more of the following. So I'm trying to go through 1 through 7, and I want to see, does the drawing and displaying of swastikas show a failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors as indicated by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest?
So specifically, viewing things in terms of unlawful behaviors, viewing things or attempting to search for things like, for instance, pornography, where,
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the swastika. We're just talking about swastikas.
Oh, yeah,
right
only
now.
swastikas.
No, we'll come back to that later.
Okay, sure. So viewing swastikas and being involved in looking at things with Nazi Germany and the Holocaust, all of those things would certainly not be legal behaviors.
Okay.
So being involved and being committed to looking at those things violates social norms, but it also is, it's involved in viewing and taking interest in things that clearly are illegal, people being killed because they're Jewish.
Right, but I mean, so are you saying that does fit in with criteria 1 because it's grounds or him engaging in lawful behavior? So viewing things is not unlawful. Doing things is unlawful.
So unlawful things certainly would be looking at things that would be illegal, and killing people or viewing or watching other people in Holocaust situations would certainly be an illegal behavior.
Illegal behavior by looking at it or illegal behavior by doing it?
Well, it depends. Depends on what information you're looking at, depending on what you're viewing at the time. So it certainly is illegal behavior, and an interest in that would show a violation of social norms.
I mean, there are movies out there, right, about the Holocaust where you see people being killed, right?
Sure. If it's real images, though, of somebody who's looking that up on the internet, you'd certainly, I think most people would agree, that's a violation of social norms.
Okay, but what I'm asking you is that drawing or looking at swastikas, or even going on the internet and looking up stuff about the Holocaust, is not a failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest, right?
So just looking at a swastika alone, no, would not meet that criteria.
Okay. What about deceitfulness as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure?
And you're talking about just looking at swastikas.
Yes, I'm talking about, well, looking at or displaying them on your personal belongings.
So no,
Okay.
that would not necessarily, although he does make different comments about the reasons for using these swastikas. So it's a display of a peace symbol, and then it's a display that he knows of Nazi Germany. So there is certainly some evidence of deceitfulness about his reasons for using it.
Okay, but the displaying of them, the fact that they exist on his belongings, that in of itself does not
No.
show that. Okay.
Correct.
And you know what, I want to back up for a second, maybe just so that I don't keep going back over. Number one, the failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors. In your review of the records, did you see numerous facts or circumstances that would support that criteria?
So there are facts that support that in addition to the swastikas, yes. It just adds incrementally another behavioral sample to that.
Okay, I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't that clear. So going back to one for a second, we said that the looking at or drawing or displaying swastikas in and of itself is not an unlawful behavior, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but so now my question is, putting that aside, going through the records, his school records, his Henderson behavioral health records, the BSO records, there are numerous incidents throughout those
Right.
that would support number one under A, correct?
Right, so I'm sorry, Ms. Curtis, I thought I said yes to that. Yes, that was just another example, another incremental example of it.
Okay. And then we said it didn't apply to 2. Number 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. And I think, in fact, you testified earlier it was sort of the opposite of that, right?
He is
in terms
planning
of
ahead.
drawing swastikas and displaying them on your things, you testified that it's him thinking about what people might do, right?
So it actually can be both. So you can impulsively look at an image, like in another setting, pornography, but here we're talking about swastikas. So you can impulsively look at things, but still plan on the results of that. So your behavior in the short run, you can impulsively look or view something, or consider that on a frequent basis, like make many searches for it. So that can be the impulsive part. But thinking in terms of the impact and the effect of that can be the planful part. So you can actually have both components of a behavior.
Okay, but I'm not talking about looking at them impulsively. What I'm talking about is taking an item of yours and etching a swastika on it. I mean, that, in terms of, and I'm just going through these, that doesn't support impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. Just taking a boot and drawing a swastika on
So
it.
now you've made the example even smaller. So you're talking about now drawing or etching things into a boot. So in terms of impulsivity, I mean, certainly not considering, some things like how people's emotional reactions to that might be problematic and supportive of antisocial. But in terms of planning ahead, there's good examples here that he did plan ahead in regard to that behavior in terms of impact.
Right. But the criteria that we're talking about, it says failure to plan ahead, right?
Right.
So, I'm probably not making myself clear.
No, I understand. I'm just saying it's both. I'm saying there's some degree of impulsivity in terms of doing that, but there's also planning ahead. So there's both. It's just different aspects of the same behavior.
Okay, so it is your testimony that the drawing and displaying of swastikas does support number 3 under A of this criteria.
Number A?
Well, letter A, a pervasive pattern.
Yes.
And
Yes.
this is because it requires 3 or more, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're saying the drawing of swastikas on your belongings and displaying them does show an impulsivity or failure to plan ahead.
So I'm saying that displaying them in the way that they were displayed here for the impact and effect that they had certainly meets the criteria, in my opinion, for antisocial. Now, you wouldn't use that alone to diagnose antisocial personality disorder. It's just one factor or one criteria. You mentioned there's other places where we can do that, and certainly it just augments that. It gives more confidence to a diagnosis knowing someone's involved in that.
Right. And I understand all that. I'm just trying to go through one by one to figure out which of these you believe the drawing and displaying of swastikas on your belongings that other people will see, what that fits into in the diagnostic criteria for antisocial.
So you're excluding searches or anything like that in terms
Yes,
of,
right
okay.
now we're only talking about, because I believe the first three, I would have to check that up. The first three photos that were shown to you were the drawn or etched swastikas
Yes.
on the boot, on the magazine, and on the back.
Correct.
Right? Yeah, that's all I'm talking about right now.
Okay.
Okay. So 3 on that, yes, or 3, no?
So I don't think that you could meet criteria just based on the isolated example you gave. You couldn't meet criteria for antisocial personality disorder just based on that. So in
Okay.
the way that you limited it, no, I don't think you could, nor would you, based on one sample of behavior.
Okay. So then there's no need for me to read through the rest of them. You're saying it doesn't fit into these. That specifically does not fit into these.
So the way that you isolated that sample of behavior, the way that you did that in terms of making it a singular event, no, it wouldn't meet all the criteria.
Okay. Can we turn just for a moment to page 757?
Okay?
And this is the diagnostic criteria for histrionic personality disorder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that is a pervasive pattern of excessive emotionality and attention-seeking beginning by early adulthood and present in a variety of contexts as indicated by 5 or more of the following.
Yes.
Okay. So number 4 is consistently uses physical appearance to draw attention to self.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So drawing a swastika on your backpack and walking around with it, that would be something that would fit into this, correct?
It could.
Okay. Drawing it on your boot if you don't see it would, correct?
It could, sure.
Okay. And just before we leave this, because I know this was not your testimony, but do you believe, or did you consider this diagnosis?
So I did. I considered all of them because there's considerable overlap in personality disorders, which is why I said there's some borderline features as well. So certainly I considered all of them in terms of diagnosing him. I don't think he meets the full criteria for that. I think the best description of him is antisocial personality disorder.
Okay. All right. So we may come back to that in a moment. So I want to go through, before we leave this for a moment, okay, so we'll come back to A in a moment, but for the rest of the criterion, it's B is he's at least 18 years of age, which clearly he meets that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Evidence of conduct disorder with onset before age 15.
So are we back to antisocial personality disorder?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, got it.
So, do you believe there's evidence of conduct disorder with onset before age 15?
Yes.
Okay, and what are you basing that on?
His behavior as described by Ms. Broward, B-R-O-W-D, one early on, his school records, his own reports of what he viewed and what he looked at over a period of time, during that period of time, like, for instance, early exposure to pornography, violence, aggression, fighting with other people, teachers being thrown out of school, behavior that's reported by his mom going into psychiatrist's office, his foster mom, Linda Cruz. So all of those things and more.
Okay. So this wasn't something where you relied on somebody else's diagnosis. This is your independent review and deciding that he meets the criteria for conduct disorder.
Right, I didn't rely on other people's diagnosis, I relied on their materials since I didn't interview him.
Okay. Okay, and the occurrence of antisocial behavior is not exclusively during the course of schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. That clearly applies here, correct? In your opinion?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so going back to number 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. In your review of all of the records that you reviewed in this case, did you find an abundant amount of evidence to show that he is impulsive and fails to plan ahead in some respects?
Yes.
Okay. Irritability and aggressiveness as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. That, in terms of the drawing of the swastikas, does not apply to this, right?
So again, going back to your isolated example of drawing of swastikas, that's correct.
Okay, but throughout your review of the records, there's significant evidence that supports irritability and aggressiveness as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults.
Right, including social media exposure to aggressive images and hateful images, correct.
Okay, reckless disregard for safety of self or others. Would the drawing and displaying of swastikas fit into that category?
So I would say it does.
Okay, how so?
Because in terms of reactions that people may have to that, not having a conceptualization of how strongly people might feel about that and being aggressive or violent towards you as a result, or having to defend yourself against people who may react strongly to that, one of the most, again, reprehensible, deplorable symbols that we have, puts you in a position where you're not really considering the safety of others or yourself. Matter of fact, I think he says at one point that he's like to get beat up as a result of it. So those things don't really consider yourself or other people in terms of the possible impact or effect on safety.
Okay, so you do believe it does fall into 5.
I do.
Okay, and through your review of the records, did you find other evidence that he had a disregard for the safety of self or others?
Yes, inclusive as other social media as well, if you're including that, yes.
Okay, what about in his school records? Did you find any evidence of that in his school records?
Yes, it's one of the sources of information I relied on for that, absolutely.
Okay, so like, for example, jumping out of the bus while it's moving, correct?
Certainly.
Okay. All right, number 6, consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. The drawing and displaying of swastikas would not apply on this one, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you find evidence in the records to support this one?
What is
Number 6, I'm sorry. Evidence in the records to support a consistent irresponsibility is indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations.
To some degree, yes.
Okay, do you recall what that is?
So only in terms of him being irresponsible, with monies, et cetera. But he did work a couple of different positions. So that one's more equivocable.
I'm sorry,
More equivocable, more.
Okay, I just didn't hear you. Okay. Lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. Does the drawing and displaying of swastikas fit that one?
I think that's the best example of what it fits.
Okay. What, other than just the displaying of it, I mean, is it just the displaying of it that you believe is indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt or mistreated?
It's a callous indifference to how other people emotionally may react to that. You may get attention for it and plan for that, but in terms of having a recognition of how a hateful symbol like that, the impact it has on them and their perceptions of their own history and what's gone on within their own families and friends of their families, etc., that's a complete callous disregard, lack of remorse, lack of ability to empathize with somebody else's feelings, just like all of these images on social media.
Okay, and what, fact that he did it, and he said he did it for attention, good or bad, he said, right?
Yes.
What evidence do you have that he was indifferent to or rationalizing having done this to hurt someone else?
There is no good other explanation for using a Nazi symbol to be able to display at the time where you've just murdered 17 people and wounded 17 others, and leaving that on an open display for people to see to cause an emotional reaction in them, and to have a lack of feeling or content about how those people might react in some way and to feel badly about what their reactions might be, just not about shooting and killing people, but also in seeing that kind of a symbol. I think there's no better example, except in his other social media posts, about lack of remorse and guilt.
Okay, so you're assuming that because he put it on there when he went to commit this crime and left it there, that that was a conscious decision to further hurt people when it was found?
I think
Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think it's attention-seeking, but I think that to not appreciate the impact that and other images and other words might have, I think that's a hallmark of antisocial personality disorder. So I'd say in totality, the social media posts, including the swastikas, and how he's chosen to use those and what he's spoken to people about in those media posts, I think is a very important opening of the window into his brain about how he thinks about these images and his lack of ability to show empathy and remorse.
Well, I'm sorry, I think I'm a little bit confused. You said to not appreciate it is the hallmark, and maybe we're using appreciate in a different way.
Emotional reaction.
I guess what I'm saying to you is that in order for what you're saying to be true, would he have to have thought about that and decided in his mind, not only am I going to go and kill a bunch of people, but I'm also going to leave a magazine with a swastika on it just for the extra?
So,
is that what you think he was thinking?
Sure. People do things on purpose. They do things for impact. People don't do things like leave a symbol like a swastika on a murder weapon at the scene of this incident where it happened, and also put that on their boot, and also put that on a backpack or other racial epithets. They don't do that just because they think it's interesting. They don't do it just because they think that'll be a fun thing, or maybe other people will talk to me about it who like that too. They do it for impact, but they do it because they lack an appreciation, if you have an antisocial personality disorder, of the true emotional impact that can have on other people.
Okay. Is it also possible, and we also know from the interview, at least from what Mr. Cruz said, that he didn't actually draw that swastika, not that that matters, but...
So he, in both cases with Dr. Scott, he certainly did, which is consistent with antisocial personality disorder, he diffused responsibility onto other people. They asked me to do it, someone else asked me to do it, I was told to do that, they said it'd be fun, so that's consistent with antisocial, is blaming others for your behavior.
Right. So, I'm sorry, do you have evidence that his friend, Jameson Todd, was not the one who drew the swastika on the magazine?
So my reading of what he said to Dr. Scott is that he was told to do that. He was told by other people to do that. I think it was in the first interview that he did. So he was told to do that by other people, talking about the magazine, talking about the desk.
Okay, let's go back there just for a second, because maybe I'm confused about that. Okay, so on the same page that we looked at before, on page 371, starting at the bottom, well, halfway down about, on page 50, I'm sorry, line 15 of page 371. In fact, Mr. Cruz volunteers this information to him, right? Magazine, I'm sure you know about that.
Can you tell me what line you're on?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell me what line you're on, Maria?
Yes, 15.
15, okay.
Okay. And he's telling so Dr. Scott's asking him about these swastikas that he drew, and he said, and I'm sure you know about the magazine. And the doctor says, yes, I did, and he says, I didn't write that at all. Where did that come from? Jameson Todd asked me if he wanted to draw a swastika on it, and so I said, sure. I didn't think anything of it, so he drew the swastika on the magazine. Now, Mr. Cruz admits that he drew the swastika on his boot, correct?
Right.
And he admits that he drew the swastika on his backpack, right?
Right.
Okay, so what evidence do you have that Jamison Todd did not draw the swastika or carve the swastika on the magazine?
So that's the problem that you have, is that we know he's malingering. So we don't know what's the truth and what isn't in these episodes. So what he's telling us in terms of a diffusion of responsibility, even at the time of the murder of 17 people, he still diffuses responsibility to other people. Here you have another example of diffusion of responsibility. So we don't know. What we know is his social media tells us what he's really thinking. But in terms of what he says here to Dr. Scott, we don't know what he's trying out and not trying out, because we can't separate out what's faking and what's real. So we don't know is the answer to that.
Okay, right. So in other words, there isn't any evidence that Mr. Well, his name is Jamison Todd Sneed, but that Jamison Todd didn't do it. We
Correct.
don't know that,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Okay, and perhaps maybe he did, right?
We just know he left that at the scene.
Right, okay. And we also know that magazines aren't free, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so perhaps not thinking ahead, and he let him do that, and then he decides he needs to go to MSD to shoot people, and he's got a magazine, and maybe that's one that he has, right? I mean, it may not have been a conscious, it might have been, I need a magazine, and this is the one I have, right? I mean, that is possible.
I think that's a very low probability outcome, Ms. Curtis, that leaving a magazine with a swastika on it along with an assault rifle with a swastika on it while wearing a boot with a swastika on it was somehow coincidental.
Okay. Just a moment, I'm sorry. So you reviewed Dr. Scott's interview, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And his deposition, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I want to have you review, just briefly, it shouldn't take very long. Actually, can I have a moment? Sure. May I first witness, Judge? Sure. Okay. So I asked you earlier if you reviewed the 90-slide PowerPoint that Dr. Scott did.
Yes.
And you said you did not,
Correct.
Okay. Can you take just a moment to look through that?
Did you say take a moment to go through 90 pages?
I know, it's not as much as you think it is. The writing is very big and there's not a lot of it on each page. It shouldn't take you more than a couple minutes.
So you're asking me to read everything on these 90 slides?
Well, yeah.
I'm okay with that. I'm just making sure that that's what you're asking me to do.
Okay.
Yes? That's
Yes.
what you're asking me to do? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Missed up all your papers.
No worries. Okay.
So, you reviewed Dr. Scott's interview, correct?
I did a brief scan of it, yes, I did.
Well, okay, the PowerPoint. You
The
reviewed
PowerPoint,
that.
yes,
Okay, and the entire interview,
I did.
and the, I guess, initial part of his deposition, right?
Yes,
Okay, and it appeared to you, correct, from the end of the deposition, it wasn't quite finished?
correct, yes,
Okay, so we don't have the rest of it, but you have what we have so far.
I do.
And in the interview, there's that 3-page segment, which you read earlier and we talked about, where he's asking Mr. Cruz about the swastikas, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And there isn't really anywhere else in that interview where he's talking about the swastikas, correct?
so he talks to him a couple of times about it in the interview. Yes, about voices and also he talks about swaz.
Okay, but I'm talking about the drawing and displaying
The actual,
swastikas.
yes, one time.
Okay, in that one part,
Yes.
correct? And in that 90-slide PowerPoint that you just reviewed, there was no mention of the swastikas that he drew and displayed,
Judge, I'm
correct?
going to object insofar as that doesn't mean anything. It's like a negative impeachment. I don't know how this witness could say, comment on another witness's PowerPoint that it means anything.
I didn't ask him if it meant anything, I just said it didn't appear in there, that's all I asked, and that's a factual question.
Overruled.
So in my scanning of it, I didn't see any indications of it, yes.
Okay, and in the depo, and albeit it is incomplete, you did not see any mention of the swastikas.
Correct.
I object again, because that would be, was he asked? What's in the deposition depends on what you're asked.
Okay, overruled.
Okay. All right, let's talk about Dr. Zapp for a moment. Well, I'm sorry, let me back up. And again, we went over this, but Dr. Scott also opines that Mr. Cruz has antisocial personality disorder.
Correct. Among other conditions, yes.
Okay. Dr. Zapp also believes that he meets the criteria for antisocial personality disorder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you reviewed her depositions, correct?
Did.
Okay. She doesn't mention that as a reason for her diagnosis, correct?
Objection, negative impeachment.
That's sustained.
Okay. Do you recall swastikas appearing in her deposition?
So as best as I can remember, I don't remember an example of it.
Okay. Now, do you recall reading through where she was asked about each one of the diagnostic criteria for antisocial personality
I
disorder?
do.
Okay. And do you recall in her deposition her saying that there was, and she says this numerous times, plenty of collateral information that confirms each of the diagnostic criteria?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with that also based on your previous testimony, correct?
I'd say there's plenty of data inclusive of everything I reviewed, including social media, yes. Especially since I didn't see him.
Okay. And Dr. Robert Denny, he also opines that Mr. Cruz meets the criteria for antisocial personality disorder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you reviewed his depositions, correct?
Yes,
And his interview,
I did.
correct?
I saw his interview, yes. And read it, both, yes.
Okay. He doesn't, in the interview with Mr. Cruz, he doesn't talk about the swastikas at all, correct?
Correct, that's my memory.
Okay. And he doesn't mention them at all in the depositions either, correct?
So not that I remember. I remember there was a lot of information in his deposition, but not that I remember. I didn't review those again for the purposes of this hearing.
Okay. So just give me a second. Just with respect to the 3 pieces of evidence, the drawing of the swastikas on the boot that we saw earlier, the magazine, and the backpack. would you have diagnosed Mr. Cruz with antisocial personality without those three things?
So without those three things, you're talking about with the inclusion of all the other social media, like searches for, you're talking about just the exclusion of that limited amount of information you said, but still I'd have the
Yes.
searches for Nazi Germany and those other kinds of things.
Yeah.
So likely, yes, it just adds incrementally that his drawing and display of those is consistent with everything else. So likely, yes, but that would add to the strength of my opinion.
Okay. But it isn't essential to it.
Well, the way we diagnose in terms of psychology is that we accumulate behavioral samples, information. That's a behavioral sample. And the more that we have that's consistent with what we're looking at from a diagnostic perspective, the more confidence that we have in that diagnosis. So that would add the inclusion of what you said, that limited scope would add to my confidence in terms of my diagnosis.
Okay, right. But what I'm asking you is, and you said before, I believe, if that had not been there, that did not exist, you would have still had the same diagnosis.
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to go back real quick because you mentioned something about him watching Holocaust videos. And in fact, if you're watching a real life video, then that would be illegal. Did you see that in his social media?
So I saw he searched for that. I saw he searched for a lot of things. So if you have an interest in that, if you're watching that, it shows a disconnection with how people feel, how people react to those kinds of things, an interest in the most extreme and repulsive of behavior. And if you're actually watching those videos, then certainly that's not legal behavior that you're watching.
Okay, do you recall what the search was where he was searching for an actual video of someone being killed during the Holocaust?
Just that there was Nazi Germany and Holocaust searches. So I don't know what he saw. Those images didn't appear in the social media, what he saw, just what he searched for.
Right, I mean, did he search for actual videos of people being killed in the Holocaust?
So he was certainly searching for Nazi Germany and the events in Nazi Germany and Hitler, et cetera. So what exactly he was looking at, I don't know. That information wasn't provided.
Okay, but you do know what he was searching for.
Right,
No.
he was searching for Nazi Germany, Hitler, those type of things. Eva Braun, history of Hitler, and he had a great knowledge in his interview with Dr. Scott about Hitler. So he'd obviously done an extensive search.
Okay. Right, he had an extensive knowledge of the history of the Holocaust, correct?
And Hitler himself, and other historical figures, yes.
Okay. Can I have a moment? Sure. Okay. I want to ask before we get into social media, and I don't know whether you actually had an opportunity to look at the state's motion, but there are some things in there that they're saying that the state is indicating it would like to present, and I don't know whether you have any information about this or not. So I'm just asking. Just give me 1 second. So one of the, something that the state would like to present is testimony regarding the statements made by Mr. Cruz regarding his use and knowledge of the swastika and its relationship to Nazi Germany and Adolf Hitler. Is that something you're going to testify about? Statements that he made?
Well, if I'm asked about social media, I mean, it was part of the basis of my opinion, so I'm asked about that, I certainly would. Yes, it's consistent with, the other things I've reviewed in this case and the diagnosis.
Okay, and I'm not talking about things he searched for. It's statements made by him regarding his use and knowledge of the swastika and its relationship to Nazi Germany and Adolf Hitler. Are you aware, would you be testifying about statements that Mr. Cruz made? Not searches he did, but statements that he made.
Sure, what he said in the interviews themselves, that's what I would be testifying to.
Okay. Interviews that were done by Dr. Scott or Dr.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, another item of evidence is testimony explaining the meaning of the swastika to the defendant. Do you know whose testimony that's referring to? Or like who would be testifying about that? Is that you or someone else, or do you know?
Well, the only thing I can think of that I would testify to that is what he said in his interviews. So that would be the only thing I can think of. So I don't know if that's meant for me or someone else, but if you're asking me what I'd say what he said with Dr. Scott.
Okay.
And what he said with Dr. Holmes, too.
Okay, so, and if I'm reading this correctly, I mean, you obviously didn't explain to Mr. Cruz, you didn't meet with him, right?
Correct.
You didn't explain to him the meaning of the swastika, right?
Correct.
So, your best guess on this is the testimony or your testimony, if you were asked about it, would have to be, well, I observed in the interview Dr. Scott explaining something to him, correct?
Well, and he also researched and showed a knowledge that it was used as a hate symbol after initially it was a peace symbol, and the Nazis used that as a form of a hate symbol. So he showed an awareness of that. So he said that in his statement in his interview with Dr. Scott.
Right. But what I'm asking about is, would you be able to provide testimony regarding someone explaining to Mr. Cruz? Aside from what you saw in the interview or what you read in Dr. Holmes' deposition?
I can't provide anything more than the materials that I've had.
Okay.
I don't have any knowledge separate from that, in other words.
Okay. And I don't want to talk specifically about these things yet, but one of the items contained in the state's motion is testimony of Dr. Scott, Dr. Zapp, Dr. Denny, and Dr. Brannon in reference to swastikas, racist ideology, animal abuse, Nazism, hate speech, misogyny, and internet searches for mass killings and pornography, and their relationship to the defendant's mental condition as described below. I'm not entirely clear on what the mental condition is, but aside from what you testified to earlier in terms of those two mitigating circumstances, and what you testified to earlier regarding, I'm sorry, let me back up. And their relationship to the defendant's mental condition is described below. So does that, in your mind, apply to the antisocial personality diagnosis?
Sure. All those things you mentioned do, yes. All those categories, yes.
Right, but what I'm not talking about do those things apply. I'm saying does the phrase relationship to the defendant's mental condition as described, is that relationship to the defendant's mental condition, does that relate to a diagnosis of ASPD? Or is that something else?
So I didn't write it.
I know. I understand. If you can't
But I did review it. I did see it in advance, so I did see that.
Okay.
But certainly what I would say to that is it shows a lack of an active mental illness and the presence of an antisocial personality disorder based upon those pieces of information and others. Is the best way I can respond to that.
Okay, so in your mind, the relationship to the defendant's mental condition does apply to how it applies to antisocial personality, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And applies to potentially rebutting some of the mitigating circumstances that were in the defendant's notice, correct?
Sure, that would be part of what I would use, yes.
Okay. And are you, we'll come back to what, your opinions in just a moment, but are you able to testify how Dr. Scott believes that those things I mentioned before relate to the defendant's mental condition as described below?
I never spoke to Dr. Scott.
Okay, so you cannot.
No, ma'am.
Okay. What about Dr. Zapp? Are you able to testify how she believes these things relate to his mental condition?
Only from her deposition and her materials, but I've never spoken to her. So, I mean, I can talk about what she said. I can repeat what she said, but
Okay.
or what she did or didn't say. I mean, that's all I can do is rely on the information I have. So I can say what they said or didn't say in their depositions and in their statements and in their notes.
Okay. And I'm not asking you what they said, but I mean, do you recall them making comments with respect to Mr. Cruz's mental condition as it relates to swastikas?
No,
Okay, what about racist ideology?
no,
Okay, animal abuse?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember on the last one.
Okay. Nazism?
I don't think so, but again, I didn't review those for the purposes of this hearing. I've read them, but I didn't review them for this.
Okay, I'm sorry, you read what?
I didn't review those documents again, so from my memory from before, I don't remember if that was mentioned or not.
Okay, hate speech?
I don't remember if that was in there or not.
Okay, misogyny?
I don't think so.
Internet searches for mass killings?
I don't remember.
Okay, and pornography?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And would the same apply to Dr. Denny?
Sure. Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't review those again.
Okay. You testified earlier that you are an expert in sex offenders, correct?
I am, yes.
Okay, so you would be aware then of sex offender research regarding child pornography offenders, correct?
There's a lot of it. So I'm a member of the Association for the Treatment and Prevention of Sexual Offending. So there's a lot. There's a journal that comes out every month with 10 or 11 new items in it. So that's covering a pretty broad range of research.
Okay, are you familiar with Dr. Michael Cito?
I am.
Okay. And are you aware that he does not believe that there is evidence to support that adolescent sexual offenders manifest antisocial behavior or are antisocial?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have a moment? Sure. Back to Dr. Cito.
Uh-huh.
So he says that there isn't evidence of a connection of adolescent sex offender in terms of viewing pornography and antisocial personality. However, there is an incidence of OCD and anxiety disorders in those individuals, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go back to, and I know we already went back on this twice, but you, I was reminded that you testified that something about Mr. Cruz watching videos of Jews going into a gas chamber.
So he showed interest in those type of things. And I said, if you're interested in those kinds of things, or viewing those kinds of things, that certainly would be outlier behavior that would show callous disregard for other people's emotions. I don't know what he was watching. They didn't have those specific videos there, so I couldn't track those and see what he was watching.
Right, but I mean, so are you saying that there are searches for gas chambers or people going into the gas chambers?
So no, but you'd be hard-pressed not to find that if you're searching Nazi Germany and Hitler. That would be the materials that you would pull up to do an internet search for that. So again, if you're doing repeated searches, it would be awful difficult not to come upon that.
Right, and that would be in a history book about the Holocaust.
It wouldn't
correct?
make it any less awful, whether it was in a history book or a movie or a video. It wouldn't dampen the intensity of the repulsiveness of that particular image.
I agree with that, but what I'm saying is it could be also, there could be photos of that in a history book, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Right. Same answer.
Possibly at the Holocaust Museum, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And people who read history books on this don't necessarily have antisocial personality. And I know that's not the sole reason, but I'm just saying, if we're thinking of it in terms of like the universe of people with ASPD and the universe of people that are interested in the history of the Holocaust, I mean, it's not like an overlapping circle, right?
If that's all they do, but if they're putting swastikas on their boots and on their assault rifles and also on other items and left for people to view, then that carries it beyond just a somewhat benign interest in Nazi Germany. It's the expression of behavior. It isn't just the interest in researching it. It's what you do as a result of that.
Right, and so do you have, okay, well, we can go back to the searches. I mean, do you know the dates that the swastikas were put on things?
So not offhand, he did tell Dr. Scott, he did tell him about a month before.
Okay, and that was the one on the, was that all of them, or the one on the magazine, or the boot, or do you remember?
I believe that was on the weapon, was a month before.
Okay, what about the backpack?
So I don't remember when that was on there, along with the racial slur. I don't know when exactly he put those on there.
Okay, that was something he had while he was attending school at
Yes,
MSD, correct?
yes.
Okay. Can I have a moment?
Yes?
Sorry, I have a lot of paper up here. I just have a moment. I'm sorry. I misplaced something.
It's okay.
Would you agree with me, Doctor, that people use the internet to look up things that are antithetical to what they believe?
Depends on how often they look at them. So if they're antithetical, they don't have an obsession with them to continue to do it. So it amounts how many times they view it and how many variations of that they view. So certainly you'd say that someone could look at something on the, let's say, pornography. They could look at something on pornography, some variation of pornography, say, I don't like that, I don't want to see that anymore, and they wouldn't search it again. But a continual search shows more than something that they're not interested in, shows something they've remained interested in.
Right, but I mean, for example, during the election, somebody who was anti-Trump might have gone on the internet and done a ton of searches all throughout the election about him because of their intense dislike for him, correct?
So I guess you could create a scenario in which you would say that, but if they also search for other type of, let's say he's a Republican, so other things from the Republican Party, other Republican candidates, things that are related to his positions or people who he's nominated or brought onto the court, if you look at all of those things and show an interest in that and related topics, then that's more than just some opposite reaction to what you're viewing.
Okay. But I mean, people will look up things that are antithetical to what they believe.
They won't continue to look those things up and look for variations of those things. So if you continue to look for variations of it, it shows more than just an antithetical interest in it. It shows very genuine, sincere. And then if you discuss those things on social media as well, it shows even more of an interest in those areas.
Okay, and so, I'm sorry, I want to go back to the swastika and the Nazism and all that. He looked up Hitler and the Holocaust and Eva Peron, and, I mean, did he branch out to anything else about World War II or anything like that, or was it just those things?
Those things, and then using those symbols in a strategic way on a number of occasions, including at the time of the killing of 17 people.
Okay, and some of those things, though, may have occurred prior to looking this up, correct?
Sure, but the choice to use that weapon with that insignia on it and to leave it there at that time was well thought out.
Okay, and what evidence do you have of that?
What he said, his own words. He chose that weapon, he chose to inscribe that, and he chose to leave it there. So all of those things, that's a planned set of behaviors.
Right.
He didn't do that by accident. Those were all planned behaviors that he did. And he also said he did that for attention, to make sure people gave him attention, whether it was good or bad. So all of that is well thought out. It's not just researching Nazism, or it's not just researching swastikas. It's using that in your behavior. It's putting that out there into the world for an effect and anticipating the consequences of that.
Right, but him saying, I chose to leave it there, I mean, we don't know when he made that choice, right? I mean, we have no way of knowing that.
We just know that he built up to doing that he chose to leave something with that insignia on both sides of it, actually. He chose to do that along with a magazine, chose to do that for a number of reasons. One, so he wouldn't be detected when he was leaving, so he could escape, thinking through again.
Right,
but also, if I can just finish my answer, but also for the impact that other people would see when they saw that swastika. So there was dual purpose in terms of how he was using his brain at that time.
Right, but I mean, we don't actually know when he made that choice and why he chose to do that at that time. We don't know that.
We just know that he did it. We can't
We know
read
that
his
he did it.
mind.
Okay.
We can just know what he said and what he did, which is how psychology works in terms of giving opinions.
Okay. And would you agree with me that people sometimes create personas online, maybe that aren't in their own character?
Yes.
Okay. And would you also agree with me that people will sometimes act differently online than they do in real life?
Or they'll act more like their genuine self because they feel more of a license to do that. It's more of a protected atmosphere, so you can act more of who you really are instead of socially having to put on some masks or costumes.
Okay. I mean, it could go either way, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that adolescents use the internet differently than middle-aged adults?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a moment? Sure. Mercifully, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we take like 5 minutes?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. It's 2:54. We'll take a recess till 3:05. Dr. Brandon, you're welcome to stay seated or take a break as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
present. State, are you going to inquire?
Oh, did you finish? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Doctor, you were asked about how many cases you've had with swastikas involved, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let me first ask you, how many cases have you had where a person has called another voice swastika or swaz?
Never.
Never. That's a pretty unique thing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so therefore, a person who calls himself Swazi or swastika and also has a history of using swastikas, you certainly haven't had that then as well, correct?
No, sir. That's correct.
Okay. When you were asked about other records and other, let's say, call them data points that you have, that you've looked at, I think you were asked about pharmacy records, perhaps. Was that one of them?
Yes.
Birth records?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
School records?
Yes.
Correct. Henderson records?
Correct.
Correct. So he had stopped going to Henderson about a year plus before the shooting, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And so they're somewhat dated from the massacre on Valentine's Day 2018, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, and certainly the birth records, his birth records, are very dated in terms of antisocial personality diagnosis, correct?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
correct.
You can't use his birth records to diagnose antisocial personality, correct?
Correct.
Okay. His pharmacy records were also dated as well.
They were.
And his school records, there was something up until he was at Stoneman Douglas a year before the shooting, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Where a lot of activities happened relevant to misbehaviors of the defendant about a year and a half to a year before the shooting, correct?
Correct.
And then he went to an off-campus learning center after that.
Yes.
And those were minimal records regarding antisocial personality, correct?
Yes, sir. There weren't minimal records, but in terms of being able to diagnose that, correct. It was minimal after that time.
Okay. Compare that to the social media records that we went over this morning in terms of the timing of those records, which is more chronologically related to the defendant at the time of the shooting.
Well, the social media records, they're voluminous and they're different types from both, searches to actual text messages to videos to display of pictures. And it gives you a window again into his brain, into his mindset during this period of time leading up to February 14th of 2018. So it's the best, again, example of unbiased, unfettered, exposure of what he was interested in, what he was thinking about, and what he was gravitating towards at those times.
Okay. When you look at data sources to give you confidence about a diagnosis, do you cherry pick the data that you want to use?
No, sir. The forensic standard is actually the opposite. So we're to consider all of those things, to be transparent about what we reviewed, to avoid something called confirmation bias. So we're supposed to look at everything and then pull together what's the commonalities between all of those and get some frame of reference, if we can, to make a diagnosis based on those materials.
Okay, so you just don't look at a swastika that he was wearing on his backpack alone if you have other data, correct?
No, sir. You'd look at what the person might have said about that, what they did as a result of that. Did they continue to do that? Did they use those symbols in some way? So all of those things, where and how did they use those symbols? And what did they say was the reason why they used those symbols? So it isn't just the isolated, interest in a swastika or the drawing of a swastika. It's the context. It's everything that surrounds that.
And speaking of surround that, so we went over, although we skipped a number of pages, but over 60 pages of postings, research, things like that in that exhibit that actually originated from the defense motion MIL 10, correct?
Yes, sir. I just gave a small sampling of what was in there.
Okay. And it wasn't just Hitler, correct?
Correct.
And when you were asked the questions on cross-examination about, well, you can, I'm not quoting it exactly, I'm paraphrasing, but you might have a antithetical interest in Hitler, but it's not really you, correct?
Correct.
That was the question that was asked?
Yes.
Okay. And how about if there's also searches on other mass killers?
Correct.
And how about if there's, in how they did their killings, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how long it takes the police to respond to a shooting, correct?
Yes.
That's one of his searches as well, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And there's cut up animals in that collection of social media, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
There is tremendous amount of hatred towards women expressed, correct?
Correct.
And of course, there's tremendous amount of racist statements about killing black people, correct?
Correct, yes.
But black people wasn't the word that was often used, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the research by a particular person about pornography, correct?
Dr. Michael Cito, yes.
Okay. That research cited is for internet searches, not murderers, correct?
Correct. It's isolated to just that interest in pornography. So it's really, that's what happens in research, especially research with great researchers like Cito, is they isolate variables to be able to make extrapolations from.
Okay. Is there a connection between the viewing of pornography and antisocial personality disorder?
Sure, yes.
And what is that?
So it's, again, a violation of social norms, and the more extreme it is, the more likely it is to be attached to that disengagement, if you will, from what people would usually look at, the social norm or social culture would find acceptable. So the more extreme your searches are for pornography, the more likely you are to have antisocial personality traits or the disorder itself. In other words, you're taking pleasurable interest in extremities of sexual behavior, oftentimes, like for instance, rape porn. That would be a good example of it. So those type of things,
What's the word you used?
rape porn.
Oh,
So that was one of the searches. So if those type of things and others are being searched, you're more likely to have that as a consistency with antisocial personality disorder.
When you put on a backpack with a swastika and the fuck ends on it, is that assuming a persona on social media, or is that actually doing it?
That's doing it in real life, which is different from being in media. That's actually playing that out in real life for other people to see and react to.
So that's not just assuming a persona on the internet and it's not really him?
Correct.
You talked about diffusing responsibility for the swastikas.
Yes, sir.
Do you still have in front of you the 3-1-22 between Dr. Scott and Mr. Cruz?
Yes.
If you go to page 372, line 15.
Yes, sir.
Is this an example of diffusion when the defendant says, and then someone told me I had a swastika on my boot? And then he said, I did do that, but that was for attention?
Sure, it's that blaming, it's that it's not me, somebody else made me, forced me to do this. If they hadn't have done this or that, I wouldn't have done that, or that wouldn't have happened. So that's very consistent with antisocial personality disorder. It's not me, it's somebody else that's caused this or done this.
Someone told me I had a swastika on my boot, but I did it?
Yes, sir?
That doesn't make any sense, does it?
No, but it makes sense in terms of an interview in which you're measuring your responses on the person who's interviewing you. So if you're attempting to feign or malinger, it does make sense, Mr. Marcus, in terms of trying that out to see if that works, and if not, to adapt your strategy to something different, like a different kind of voice.
So when you're diagnosing antisocial personality, you're not looking at one element, one data point of swastika. You're looking at animal abuse, hating women, wanting to kill black people, all these things together?
Yes, sir, because there's a line through all of those. So the line through all that is abhorrent behavior, hateful, reprehensible behavior, behavior at its extremities, depersonalizing other people. So there's a line that runs through that that's consistent with antisocial personality disorder. So if you pull them apart and say someone might have some interest in some topic, that's true, but not when the scope is generalized to those same type of qualities in what you look at, the things that you review.
And don't all of those things demonstrate a persuasive, not a persuasive, a persistent pattern of behavior on the part of the defendant?
Yes, sir, it does.
That's consistent with antisocial personality?
That would be my opinion, yes, sir.
And those were his words, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
May I ask just a couple of questions in my class?
Like what?
Well, Mr. Marcus was suggesting that the records that I referred to that Dr. Graham had to use were older, and I just want to ask about diagnosing people. The requirement is that they be 18 years of age. I just want to ask how you go about diagnosing someone who's, say, 18 and a half, or something like that.
I thought the cutoff was 15.
No, 15 is for conduct disorders, one of the prerequisites, but
All right, I'll allow you to ask about that limited topic.
so, sorry. Guess you already know what I'm going to ask, right? Okay, so obviously one of the prerequisites is a evidence of conduct disorder, right?
Yes.
And for someone then who is 18 and a half years old, 19 years old, you would use old records, correct?
You could, yes.
Okay. Can you make a diagnosis on someone who's, say, 18 in a month?
So you could if you had sufficient data. So it would depend on what you have. So sometimes you just can't make that diagnosis. So you'd say rule out or provisional or something like that. So it depends on the data you had.
Okay, so if you have sufficient data from somebody from a very young age all the way up until they're 18 in 1 month, you can, if all of the other prerequisites are met, you can make an antisocial personality disorder diagnosis.
So if that's all that's there, but if there's other examples like attention deficit disorder or learning disabilities or something like that, you need more data to do a differential diagnosis. So if it's that clean, where that's the only thing you're trying to determine, antisocial or not, then yeah, you probably could. But here in this case, we have multiple competing diagnoses that we're looking at and trying to rule in or rule out. So it makes the diagnostic picture more difficult, so more data is really required.
Right, I understand that, but I'm saying that the more data, what you're talking about, can be data of incidents or things or occurrences prior to the age of 18, correct?
Well, sure, they would just have to persist past then. So it wouldn't be sufficient just to have them up to that point. It would have to be persist past that time, like behavior in jail, for instance, would be another one of those, or statements to doctors would be another one, or test scores would be another one. So all of that would add incrementally diagnostically.
Okay, and do you have any of that information?
So all the things I just said, I have, plus all of the other things we discussed today.
Okay, can I just have one more?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're excused.
Thank you, thank you.
State, do you have another witness?
No.
Is the state resting?
Yeah.
Does the defense have any testimony or evidence to present?
No, ma'am.
The defense is resting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, argument, state, it's your motion.
Judge, I would like to ask if we can, rather than making oral argument now, if we can submit to the court like a post-hearing memo. This is very complicated. This is psychological stuff. We're not doctors, we're lawyers. We'll have a transcript
Sure.
of this, I think.
Is that okay with you, state?
We did provide memos already.
Wait, you don't have to do it. If you would rather, let me put it this way, I won't rule today. If one side or the other would prefer to make a written closing or not, or just stand on the written pleadings, that's fine. If one side or another would prefer to to present oral argument, that's also fine. How about that?
Okay.
You-
I would prefer to do it in writing.
Okay. And how long do you need to, I don't need to necessarily make this ruling for quite some time, because the state's only asking to introduce it in rebuttal. So, I'd rather do it sooner than later while it's fresh in my mind, but I don't think there's a rush on an order.
That's fine, Your Honor. I would like to just make a short closing,
Sure.
and this would be very short, Your Honor. The points that the state was trying to bring is that this would be a rebuttal to defense bringing forth mental mitigation evidence. And it's in various different areas that this comes across. In not only the antisocial personality, that's a competing diagnosis. It's opposite to what the defense claim is going to be. It shows that he in fact doesn't have a mental illness. He has a behavioral issue. That completely competing to what the defense theory is. The defense is asking the state to tie an arm behind its back, don't present all your evidence of it. They're not, make no mistake, the defense is not agreeing to antisocial personality. They're going to fight it tooth and nail, and any less evidence they have to compete against makes their argument stronger. This is legitimate rebuttal evidence showing antisocial personality. It's a pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others. Everything that the court has seen about this social media is a pervasive pattern of disregard for the violation of others. It's like a definition that it should be a picture in a dictionary, everything that we have of what antisocial personality is. But it's also in rebuttal of intellectual disability, which is a claim going to be made by the defense. At least they've said that that is going to be a claim of theirs, in that all his researching that was done. Very important is the malingering aspect and swastika. So the defense never moved to exclude swastika. The person, the voice that he hears, they didn't move to exclude swastika, that voice that he hears. That opens the door to everything, not that that's the only thing that opens the door, but the fact that he calls himself swastika, which of course his own expert says is nonsense, but that's what he claims. And it just so happens swastika is very much a part of his life, and he brings a gun with a swastika for a magazine, and he has it on his boot. And he calls himself swastika. That doesn't open the door to swastikas? Of course it does. And then the statutory mitigators, all of this social media that we brought up, as Dr. Brandon brought out, rebuts the statutory mitigators as well. It's a full picture. It's certainly not a pretty picture. It's a very ugly picture, but that's who this defendant is. And if they bring his mental mitigation into evidence, then they have to accept the other evidence which the state submits is properly admitted in rebuttal. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Curtis, how long
you need to submit your written supplement?
Assuming that I get the transcript, I think Ms. Bailey said she could even have it later today, but I don't need it later today, maybe tomorrow. I could probably have it by like Tuesday of next week.
Sure, or even Friday would be fine, okay?
All right, thank you.
Also, while I am thinking of it, I received the defense motion in limine for redactions of the defendant's statement, which is DMIL 11. And I've gone through it, and I just wanted to point out that there are portions of the statement that I can see have been highlighted. They don't come through in color on my end, but I can still see them. But they're not listed in the paragraphs. In other words, a lot of the paragraphs a lot of the A, B, C are also highlighted, because I went to highlight them myself, and I realized you had already done that, which is great. But there are a number of portions that are highlighted, but they're not listed in the body of your motion, so I didn't know if those were mistakenly left in, or if you mistakenly didn't mention them. And I can tell you exactly what the sections I'm talking about.
Judge, the highlighted portion, the yellow was,
I don't have
either disagreements or green is agreements, I can't remember exactly. I can provide the court a color copy tomorrow morning. The reason why they're not listed
is because they don't have anything to do with me.
No, they'll have to do, they do have to do with
The
you.
portions that you disagreed on and you want me to consider, you listed in this motion.
Correct.
Paragraph by paragraph. But in addition to all of these that are listed, there are other parts that are also highlighted that if you're not asking me to consider, I'm wondering, did you forget to mention them? Or did you accidentally leave them highlighted? Do you see what I'm saying?
It's a possibility. I will look at it again.
Okay.
And I can bring you a color copy tomorrow, if that's better.
Do you want me to tell you what I found?
Sure.
Now, this might not be everything, but specifically, do you want me to print a copy of this? I realize I thought this was sort of just housekeeping. I'm not going to rule on it. I just want to make sure that I have the right motion. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
In other words, that the transcript matches the body of the motion.
There was quite a few changes, so
That's okay. All right, so you have highlighted page 74, line 4, I'm sorry, page 174, line 14, but you did not include that in the body of your motion.
Okay.
Okay, you have highlighted page 185, lines 4 through 16. But in the body of your motion, it only has lines 4 and 5. Okay, and then page 186, lines 2 through 5 is also highlighted but not listed in the body of the motion. Wait a minute. Okay. So paragraph 4, I believe, lists the portions of the statement that are in contention as to whether they come in or out. Is that correct?
I have the motion right here.
It says the
Yes.
defense is requesting to redact the following statements which the state is not in agreement with. So what I want to make sure is that I have all of the statements that you're not agreeing to and that I know. And the other thing I wanted to ask is that in reviewing the transcript, there were a couple of portions that are in contention that I believe it would be useful for me to have the actual statement so that I can hear how the words are spoken, as in addition to the transcript. So if one or both sides can provide me with, I don't know how you guys do it now, a zip drive, the actual video, because I'm reading it and it's there's a couple portions to me that would be easier to make the decision if I can hear how the words are spoken as opposed to just read the words on the paper.
Sure, I'll bring you a drive tomorrow.
Okay. Is there anything else that we have for today, and what's the plan for the rest of the week?
Judge, I think
for, the motion we were just discussing, if the defense could file a revised one today or tomorrow and Friday, I think the easiest thing to do would just kind of go through like the photos, and we can go through the lines and make our arguments, agree or disagree, and the court can rule right there, rather than the state filing a response and then sending it.
You mean as far as their motion limiting for redactions?
Yes.
It's not a lot of information. It's first of all, if the transcript they gave me is just left in a few highlighted areas, and it makes it even smaller. If you all want to make argument, you can, but I'm perfectly happy reviewing this. I think most of it is
Okay, then if we don't need a hearing, that's fine.
pretty.
I just haven't had a chance to look at it, and now that I'm hearing that there's issues with the consistency, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing as well.
Okay.
Maybe we can just all agree to it, I don't know.
I can amend it, I can look into
Well, you
this.
may not have to. You may just say, you know what, the highlighted one that I gave you has a few areas that shouldn't have been included.
That's what I think,
Okay.
what the problem.
So,
I'll let the state know then.
okay, well, what about this long hearing that you all told me you need a week for? When are we starting that?
I'm glad you brought that up, Judge, and I think Mr. Secor can speak on behalf of the defense with respect to their witnesses. My understanding is one witness is available on the 13th of July and the other one on the 28th. As the court knows, it is the defense's burden to go first. It states a matter of probably putting one or two witnesses out of turn, but to put our entire case on before the defense is problematic for a lot of reasons. It's essentially defeats the purpose of them having the burden. So I've looked at the court schedule every day that we don't have court, or we're not in session with the jury, and managed to get a schedule together. I will have a witness for next week. We'll have Dr. Avery, Mr. Socorro, who I believe is scheduled for the 13th.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you guys schedule for the 13th? Was that the only day you could do?
This is from the defense, Judge. I'm just trying to work around the availability of what I was told over the weekend with regard to their experts.
Your expert can't come on the 12th or the 11th or the 12th? Oh, no, not the 11th. Hold on, let me get a calendar. Okay, the 13th is a Wednesday.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
perfect. And you have one expert that's going to be testifying?
One expert on the 13th and one expert on the 28th and the 29th if necessary. And I think you have somebody for the 28th as well?
I can have someone on the 29th, and I would have the remaining on the 4th, which is a day that the court does not have us in session. And the remaining experts will be either next week or I believe we're also off on the 19th of July.
Okay, so what about July 11th and 12th?
One witness available July 11th. I was prepared to start our case next week, but because of the defensive issues, I'm trying to work around. So we can take one witness out of order in terms of the defense having to go first. So that witness would be for us on the 11th, the defense on the 13th, and then I can finish the 29th and the 4th.
Let me start with you, Mr. Secor. How many witnesses do you have that you're going to call?
2.
And one is available on July 13th,
Yes, ma'am.
and the other?
On the 28th and the 29th. Hopefully won't need the 29th, but he will be available both days if need be.
Okay, and state your witness is available on July 11th.
Correct.
And then, I'm sorry, state how many witnesses do you have?
5.
And your witness, only one is available on the 11th?
That's correct, Judge.
And when are the others available?
I have one available for, I can do the 19th, I can do the 29th, and the 4th.
you have 5 witnesses.
Correct. I would prefer they all be after Dr. Adler, who's the defense expert, but if the court prefers to have one more between his testimony, then I will put someone on the 19th.
July 19th?
Yes, Judge.
So that's a Tuesday. Is that acceptable to the defense?
Yes, ma'am.
July 19th?
Yes, ma'am. Is it
Tammy?
opening to the 18th?
That's okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up.
I
All right, July 11th is state witness, and then July 13th, defense witness,
Yes, ma'am.
and then July 19th is state witness?
Yes, Judge. If the court does, like I said, I prefer that witness be after Dr. Adler, but if that's not the court's pleasure, then I will put.
And when can Dr. Adler testify?
He's the one that's available the 28th and the 29th.
Judge, if I do put this witness on the 19th, and I just reserve the opportunity to rebut anything that witness may have been able to testify to.
This is gonna be a hot mess. And with Zoom and everything, none of your experts are available any earlier?
For me, I've got several people out of the country next week for whatever reason.
What about the following week?
And then we're starting trial.
But we have,
I just worked with the days that the court had off on the most recent schedule.
so state, you're putting on 1 witness on July 11th?
Correct.
And 1 witness on July 19th, and when are the other 3?
The 29th and the 4th.
Okay, the 29th is not gonna work.
Okay.
So is there any way that we need to make this more fluid?
I can tell the court, or I'm almost 100% sure, all of my witnesses are available the first week of August.
That's in like 4 weeks. What do these people do for a living? I mean, do they work for the President of the United States? What, I don't understand.
It's vacations, conferences, they teach, they have.
And this doesn't take priority, it's trial. I mean, I'm sure when they're hired, they're not told that you're gonna have an exact date that you can come, and, I mean, that's not how it works.
Understood, and like I said, we were prepared to start next week, but being told that we're contingent on when the defense experts are available.
And Judge, just as a reminder, and I just bring this up because I agree, the way that it's laying out now is not ideal, but we're the witnesses that were here and present to testify.
I understand that's what you told me, but the lawyers and the state said this, and you all didn't say any differently, said that there would likely not be any testimony on that, whatever day that was, Monday. So I was obviously the last to know. Had I known, I would never have canceled court. I mean, the state said, we're not gonna have anything on Monday, and then you all didn't say anything.
And I wasn't suggesting it was Your Honor's fault by any means. I'm just saying that because the jury selection process ended up lasting longer than I think anybody expected, that's what happened.
Okay, and why can't your witness come before the 28th?
He's out of the country. He was here for 3 days and then is out of the country.
Until the 28th?
I'm not sure what day he comes back. He comes back the 15th, but he lives in Seattle and has to return to his practice before he can get here.
Okay, so is he testifying via Zoom?
No, he has a flight to be present.
Folks, I can't allow this. This is too spread out. Your witnesses are gonna have to make themselves available. Wait, State, your experts are gone for the whole month?
No, Judge, I just was trying to work out.
All right, I forgot. If your witness gets back on the 15th, he can't come earlier than the 28th?
My understanding is that he's out of the country working and has to return to his practice in Seattle before he can come here, and he has a flight currently to come here on the 27th.
How about the 19th? Guys, we have to do better than this. Having witnesses spread out through the entire month of July and then part of August, it's not gonna work. This is piecemeal. And I'm sorry to say this, but both sides, your witnesses are gonna have to make themselves more available to the court. I mean, what happens when it's time for them to testify? You guys want to take a 3-week break because they're out of town? Well, we're not gonna know when they're gonna testify. This trial's been postponed. I mean, expert witnesses are hired for the purpose of court testimony. They have to be flexible. There are some judges in civil that would say, too bad, have them here tomorrow morning or they're not testifying. And I don't want to be like that, but this is too,
Judge, I don't know if this helps the court at all. I had sent Ms. McNeil a stipulation. We can still start on the 18th and the state can put on their case, so we won't be delayed in that regard. We don't have to wait for the rulings on this. I sent Ms. McNeil a stipulation about just things that will not be mentioned in openings because this Daubert presentation is for purposes of rebuttal. So we can keep moving. And I agree, I don't think it should be
I would much
staggered.
rather take a week off between the state's case and the defense case and hear this motion than to hear it piecemeal throughout all of these different dates. And also, again, when it's time for your experts to testify at trial, I'm not going to be able to give you all, oh, sorry, he's out of town and he's got to come back to his practice or he's out of the country for 3 weeks. That's not going to work. I mean, these people are professionals. I assume they make at least part of their living on court appearances, and they've got to be more flexible than giving 3 weeks notice.
That's fine with this week. Correct.
I mean, we're more than happy to discuss with our experts about trying to figure out.
But they're going to have to be flexible again, though, because we don't know. But rather than have July 12th, July 11th, July 19th, all these dates, it's going to be, I can compartmentalize, that's not a problem, but this is really stretching it.
I couldn't agree more. I do think it's a little bit of a nightmare to think of it over the course of such a long period of time. And I do personally prefer the idea of finding a week between the state's case and the defense case when we could do it in its entirety. All I can say is that's going to take some time for us to talk to different people and try to work it out. I also just want to say that they do have to be flexible to some degree, but I just want to reiterate, it's not all them because they were here. They did make the effort to come here.
But they must have just told you they were coming less than a week before because you all didn't know the last time we were in session that they were going to be here. Or you would have told me, no, Judge, we have our witness on, I don't remember if it was a Monday or Tuesday where I canceled because I thought we weren't going to have anything to do. So they must have just told you, right? The week before, the Thursday before, whatever day we were in court. I asked I wanted everyone to be set from, somebody help me out with that date. Was it Monday?
Judge, it was the 27th, and I was the one that stood up the week before and said, I suggested that we wrap up the other outstanding motions outside
Right.
the hour with the understanding that we could start the full day on the 29th.
And my point is that the defense didn't say anything, so they must have only told you as of it wasn't a Wednesday.
It was a Thursday, it was after we finished general voir dire, Your Honor, and.
It was June 27th. We finished general voir dire on the 23rd. On the 23rd, I asked what was gonna be ready for the 27th. The state said, we don't have anything, and I said, that's not good enough, and nobody said anything. So that's when I canceled. Well, I didn't cancel that day, but I thought about it over the weekend, and I didn't want to sit here with, time wasted. So what I'm saying is, your expert's only giving you a few days' notice. Why do you have to give him more than a few days?
Well, I think that, and I will certainly take responsibility for that, he came that weekend, and I spent a lot of time with him.
Right, but the Thursday before that, you didn't even know he was coming.
No, I did, I'm just saying,
Oh, you all missed it, sorry, but
Yeah.
it was discussed. That's the only reason I canceled. I didn't want to sit here with nothing to do.
I
And I'm sorry, maybe it was late and you didn't hear.
No, and there's a lot going on, and I'm in no way standing here trying to blame Your Honor at all. The jury selection process went long, and that was very necessary that it take the time that it took. So I apologize that I didn't make it more clear that he was available that week. I just wanted to make it clear that if it's anybody's fault, it's mine, it's
All
not
right,
his.
it's, no, we don't, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll take the blame for this. But that still doesn't get us anywhere, so, my suggestion would be perhaps, Labor Day is on the 5th. Perhaps taking that week off and giving the jury that week off and having this hearing from the 6th to the 9th. And even if the state is not completely finished, we could take a break to do the motion then, so it's more fluid. I was just thinking that might help some jurors out because they might have a plan.
Judge, can you say, you mean in September?
Yeah. Well, we're talking about in between your case and the defense case.
I don't think our case is gonna take that long.
Okay, so can we pick a week when you may not be finished? You may or may not be finished, but but it doesn't leave any downtime? Like what week do you suggest? The 22nd, keep in mind, keep in mind, I'm looking at the calendar, we're starting on the 18th, but then the 19th we're off for reasons that are outside of everyone's control, and then there's a half day only on the, I believe, the,
21st.
correct. So,
Judge, can we go sidebar real quick? Because I just don't want to put this on.
sure. The attorney for who? The witness?
The
To
lawyer.
the lawyer, yeah, for two
The attorney for the
witnesses.
lawyer?
Yes. They live in Virginia. I'm
The
sorry.
witness is lawyers.
What did I say? I'm
The
tired.
witness is a lawyer and they have a lawyer? No.
No, I'm sorry. Can someone tell the story? Because I can't get it straight.
The witnesses live in Virginia, and their counsel is in Virginia as well, and the state has filed a motion to compel answers of those witnesses, and we just need to work, the state must
Thank you, Mrs.
work with the Virginia lawyers together.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We
Let the
haven't,
Virginia lawyer know that this case takes precedent.
we haven't
Please.
reached out to them yet as to, can I just ask a question, would the court allow a Zoom hearing?
Sure.
Okay, or a telephone hearing, or whatever you want.
Whose witness is it?
It's
Obviously.
It's two defense witnesses, the defendant's brother and the person he lives with. And so they live in Virginia. And there was a dispute over questions that were asked. And so that's why I filed the motion, but I just want to arrange for the hearing if the court wants to give me a date to propose to.
Tomorrow? Friday? What jurisdiction do I have over a witness if they're physically in Virginia and their attorney, and how can their attorney without filing a
They did.
Brohog Beach, they
They
did?
did. We'll send, the court would like to do it Friday if they can do it.
And we have other motions that can be heard tomorrow. I don't know where Mr. Seafold, he's ready.
Do you all want to give me a rundown so that I can be
Yes,
prepared?
Judge. The defense has filed a pretrial motion for determination of the admissibility of certain photographs and video casing.
Sorry.
And Mr. Wheeler and Mr. Secor are prepared to argue that tomorrow.
Okay, do you all want to, how many photographs and video evidence is it? How much?
450.
Excuse me?
450, Judge.
450 photos that are in dispute? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a video?
That includes the video.
Okay. Would it benefit,
We haven't seen the motion yet.
Yeah,
It's
that's
being
the
filed
first
with the
that was
Senate.
When?
that you sat down to talk.
Oh, okay, all right.
would it help, do you think it would be helpful for me to look at the photos ahead of time or no?
If that's the court's preference.
I mean, I don't know what they are. Are they, they're autopsy type photos or?
Crime scene photos, autopsy photos, surveillance video.
If you have those available, at least I can be familiar with them and maybe we can mark them today to expedite the process. Do you have them on a zip drive or something? And
There's no point because they won't object to every single one of them to make sure that they should be, it was a complete waste of time. They have no intention of agreeing.
I thought that's why we met.
So we did in fact meet with the state Thursday.
Yeah, we went,
We met with the state, they showed us some videos. The photos were not provided to us. They did some cropping to try and minimize some of the gruesomeness.
okay,
We didn't get those until Friday afternoon. So we didn't have all of the information. What we had was some photo numbers, and we didn't know what the photos belonged to. So we had to pull all the photos to determine what the photos were, and then to go through each of them to make arguments. What we did see at the state attorney's office is individual videos that they have made for each victim.
okay.
And we have reviewed those, and we're prepared to make arguments on those, but we didn't have access to the photographs yesterday. We just got a list with numbers or Thursday, a list with the numbers of the photos they intend to move into evidence, and we had to go through each of them.
So how many photos are you intending to move into evidence? More than 450?
more than what?
More than 450? That's how many they're objecting to.
I think that's about all we showed.
So you're objecting to all of the photos?
There are some photos that are, for instance, a screenshot from Google Maps, things like that we will not be objecting to. And I can make a list identifying all the ones that there are no issues for.
So you're objecting to all of the photos of the crime scene, so to speak, as well as the various decedents in a way that somebody would object to someone's fingerprints getting rolled, like just for the sake of objecting, or in other words, you're not agreeing to the photos any photos being put in, so you're objecting to all of them?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if it's like, sometimes, for example, if there's a decedent and there's the same picture of depicting the same wound and one is a blown up version of the other, the courts will rule that you don't need to show both, state which one do you want to show, and that type of a thing, or is it just a across-the-board objection to crime scene photos in general?
Well, so there's different objection for different things.
Okay.
Using the autopsy example, it's the defense's position that the cause and manner of death are no longer relevant because the defendant has in fact admitted that he caused the death of these particular individuals.
Okay.
Now, if the court finds some relevancy, just for the sake of this conversation,
Okay.
let's say victim A, there's 5 photos.
Okay.
That the state wants to admit. If you believe that they're still relevant over our objection, then we would maintain our objection, but we may say, of those 5,
You have
we
an
think 3 are cumulative.
Got it.
So it's kind of layered.
Got
And
it.
in the crime scene photos, there's same kind of, mostly cumulative. I'll have to defer to them for further
Okay.
arguments. So, and prejudicial, this gruesomeness.
I understand.
Your Honor, just to put this in, if you don't mind if I say.
No, I don't mind.
Your Honor, just to put this in context, the defense months and months and months ago filed motions regarding the applicability of each of the aggravating factors that the state put the defense on notice on. And among those was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. And this court ruled that that aggravating factor applied in this case. And that aggravating factor, the state alleged in its notice, applied to each of the 17 victims in this case.
So your position is going to be that the photographs are relevant to show heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and the defense is going to say that they're not relevant because he's already admitted guilt.
It puts it in its context, Your Honor, to show the point of injury, the entrance wounds, the exit wounds, the damage, the harm that were done to these children and adults. And this is a penalty phase. Yes, the defendant has pleaded guilty, but this is a penalty phase. And heinous, atrocious, and cruel is an aggravating factor that you have already ruled is applicable to this case. And it is the state's burden to prove an aggravating factor in order to make the defendant eligible for the death penalty in the eyes of the jury. This is necessary.
I understand, and your position is that they can prove it another way, and that's why you want a hearing tomorrow.
Yes, there's several different arguments, and I understand that the court needs to make an evaluation as to whether or not a particular photograph belongs. It's necessary to prove hack. We understand that, but we would like to make arguments on those.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Is the format that you have the photographs saved? In other words, if I were to review the photos tonight, would there be any way that I could distinguish between decedents, or in other words, will I be able to tell 1 through 5 is this particular individual, 6 through 10 is this particular, or are they just, am I not going to be able, is there any use of my time to view them in advance?
In my opinion, you could review the videos, the individual videos that the state made for representing each victim, because it says their name,
Okay.
you would know, and the file is labeled by their name.
Okay.
The state provided us with a list of all the photos, but they didn't identify the photos, and...
In other words, if I can't make heads or tails of what I'm looking at without guidance from the lawyers, I don't know if there's any
Well,
point.
if you can give us till Monday, maybe, we can put it in files that you can understand, like we could put one victim and all the photographs we want for that victim.
Okay,
But,
but weren't you asking to have this hearing tomorrow?
Yes, Judge, Mr. Secor spent the majority of his weekend reviewing all those photographs and preparing for the hearing.
Okay,
we would
so,
like to hear it tomorrow.
this is what I would ask that you do, please. If you can group the photos, in other words, 1 through 10 is argument A. Do you see what I'm saying?
Before tomorrow?
Well, you want to have a hearing tomorrow, right?
Right, but
In other words, you all seen the photos, you all know the intimate details of the crime. I don't. So when you hand me 450 photos, I want to know how am I going to be able to, for lack of a better way of saying it, compartmentalize to know, you know, your argument is to all 450, and this is the argument. But then 1 through 10, you're making this argument. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Your Honor, we're not going to be ready to do that tomorrow.
Judge, our assistant has been ill. I think he'll be back tomorrow. He's the one who would provide all the audio visual of this. So, and to print out the photos is exceptionally slow. It takes some time to actually print them out.
Just give us till Monday and we'll have it.
Your Honor, the defense has identified all of the photographs after we went through them for the last 5 days, and we can show you the photographs on the screen.
Yeah, but we're not prepared to do that.
How about the videos?
The videos we can.
And you have the videos on a zip drive?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to know, let's make a plan for the rest of the days that we have open, please. So that I know what to expect, so that I can review things in advance. So for tomorrow, the defense motion in limine regarding victim decedent videos.
If you want to do that, yes, because those are labeled and we have them on a disc for you. You want to review those?
Is that the videos that you said you could?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so there's 17.
I think there's actually a couple more, but they're all labeled, so you will know.
We're
Okay.
just talking about the school surveillance, right?
Yeah, the ones you guys made.
The videos, Your Honor, are of victims who died in the hallways because there was no cameras inside the classroom. So there are not 17 of them. There are ones pertaining to the decedents in the hallways and one just outside of the building.
Okay, but they're marked, and you're going to give me the digital
Yes, ma'am.
evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
What else can we do for tomorrow that's outstanding? So I'm going to make a list. We're going to do the motion in limine regarding the videos. We're going to handle the clarification of the redactions of the defendant's statement.
Yes,
Your Honor, since
Yes.
I'm missing something. What's their objections to the videos so we can prepare? I mean, they're not relevant or what?
I don't know.
Well, I can tell you now, Mr. Sets, that the basis for most of the video objections that we have are that they're cumulative when you have one for each victim. In other
Right.
words. And so
we don't, but
you have the same basically camera view of the.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So,
Okay, that's your objection?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can handle that tomorrow.
Okay, so the objection to the videos, and Mr. Wheeler, you said, do you have a zip drive you were going to
I
give
do,
me?
Judge. I'm just clearing out the photographs. And
Sure.
Your Honor's.
Or I just won't look at those if you want, but I think you should mark it and put it in an envelope so that it's documented, so that it doesn't.
Judge, I'll allow the state to review it first.
And all the photographs are on there too, Judge.
No,
I don't think you need to delete them, Mr. Wheeler, I just won't look at them, and if I can't make heads or tails of what is what on my own, there's no reason for me to look at them in advance. Okay, we're going to address the clarification of the defendant's statement and the redactions. What else?
Maybe we can email the court in a little bit. We sort of had planned that would probably take the entire day, so we have to go back and look. We can't
Okay,
top
just-
our heads think about what else we can deal with tomorrow.
Oh, we have a couple other motions that are we have. One on limiting law enforcement's opinion during testimony.
can you see if you can play this?
Ian?
I'm sorry, Ms. McNeil, are we on the, I'm gonna
No.
listen to this.
Doesn't have to be on the record.
I can put it in here. We'll get you a list first thing in the morning, okay, Judge?
I'm sorry, Melissa, what, Ms. McNeil, what did you say the other motion was?
It's a motion limiting to prohibit law enforcement's opinions about Nicholas's credibility, or some things it's motions to eliminate, some things from Curcio that he says.
You haven't filed it yet.
No,
I'm just waiting to combine the exhibits.
All right, let's do this. We'll be in recess till tomorrow at 1:30, and we'll plan on being here for the duration of the afternoon. If you all would please get together and make a list of what is going to be heard tomorrow, and have a plan also for Friday, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Judge, can I just say one thing for the record? And I know that it doesn't really factor into the court's determination, but I just want to clarify the record. And with all due respect to Ms. McCann, and I do have a lot of respect for her, I don't believe the court ruled that the EHAC aggravator applies to this case. I don't know how the
Aren't we
court.
arguing this all like tomorrow?
No.
or Wednesday?
She's talking about a prior ruling. The court ruled, denied our motion to declare it unconstitutional. The court found that it's not unconstitutional. The court did not find that it applied to this case. I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Okay, I'm happy to hear those arguments when I have the photos to look at so that I can make an informed decision, okay?
And Your Honor, after this court views the videos and photographs,
Yes.
I think the evidence will speak for itself with regarding heinous, atrocious, and cruel.
Okay, so we're gonna start tomorrow at 1. Please have an itinerary or a schedule of what is going to be heard tomorrow and what is going to be heard Friday. And other than that,
Judge, I just ask, please, that Mr. Secor reach out to Dr. Adler today so we can get a confirmation on the dates for August, to put all that into play.
I certainly will. He's in another time zone, so I may not hear back from him until tomorrow, but I will.
okay, everyone has their to-do list. Everyone, please do your best.
Can we approach real quick?
Including me.
Ms. McCann or any member of the state, please?
No.
Those are just all photos.
Jeff, are you sure that it's on here? Can you just go up there with your arm? Okay.
Judge?
I had my assistant, Ms. McElroy, email you back, thank you for the courtesy copies of the motions, but you need to set down hearings with my assistant, because
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I've asked repeatedly to set this motion. I did in my cover email and in my letter to your assistant last week, like 8-9 days ago.
I just read it, and I didn't see
It said
that.
in the letter and in the email, and everybody has a copy, and they can say, I've been trying to get this motion set, and it relates respectfully to everything the court is going to start deciding about these photographs and videos. And we've been waiting.
How does the admissibility of evidence relate to the media?
Because what you're going to be deciding, well, first of all, admissibility of all evidence in front of the jury will be important. But when this court is considering these sensitive photos, this is exactly what this motion is directed to. And with all due respect, we have been working with the state and the defense and talking about this motion and did not want to interrupt the court's jury selection process with this motion, but the time has now come, and I have been repeatedly asking.
And I'm pretty sure I already went over this morning, that I was going to allow a certain number of representatives to come up at the conclusion of each day, and whatever is in evidence can view it.
With all due respect, Your Honor, that's not...
Listen, stop with the all due respect, because everybody knows what that means, please.
Okay.
They teach that in judge school, if you want to know the truth.
Your Honor, you have not ruled on my motion and the news media's motion, and there are about probably 30 news organizations that have joined this motion. I have talked to the state and the defense. I have their positions, and this morning's ruling did not cover the issues raised.
Like what?
For example, we have asked that when the court shows the jury sensitive evidence that has been designated by the state, such as crime scene photographs, I'm guessing autopsy photographs, victim photographs.
Okay, and you're asking what?
What we're asking is that the media be allowed to look at those contemporaneously or Pardon me?
Absolutely not.
Okay, well, that's where we have a problem, Your Honor, and I would just ask that you read our motion. We have a First Amendment right to.
Okay, I'll hear your motion, tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Your
So if
Honor.
everyone can please be here, I have made accommodations for the media. Viewing the stuff at the end of each day, I suppose, is not good enough. So I'll hear your argument tomorrow.
You're not right, that's not correct, but I'll be
Yes,
glad.
it is. You're saying you want to view it simultaneously.
No, I'm not saying that.
Contemporaneously. What does that mean then?
That's-
That means at the same time.
No, it doesn't. It's sensitive evidence, we are not asking to view at the same time, and I'd be glad to go through it with you, Your Honor.
You just told me contemporaneously with the jury.
Then I misspoke about the sensitive evidence.
Okay, the sensitive evidence at the end of each day, you can have a representative from the media come up to the clerk and view the evidence. If you want more than that, you can tell me about it tomorrow at 11.
Okay, thank you. May I approach her?
Sure. We put the white ones on this. All right, we're in recess.